I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, bleeding cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, bleeding cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, bleeding cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7.
Hello. Oh my gosh, I don't have my penguin. Oh no. Oh no, panic. Oh no. Oh no. What's that? I'll be right back. Oh no. Penguin. You guys couldn't see it. Okay. This. Panic. Will the backlog fight back? I hope not. Penguin? Penguin. There we go. There we are. Oh, there we go. You lack object permanence. Exactly. No, I understand. I understand your plight. Don't worry. Okay. The replay queue now has a space in between every game, or an empty line in between every game to make it easier to parse, which does make it look even longer. I'll go through the start of this one pretty quick because we've already seen a good chunk of it. How many properties does the backlog have? You know, it's got a lot right now. I have to take quite a few back. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38 currently. Oh my gosh. Hello. Exactly. If at first you don't stream, try again. That's exactly our little motto here. Zoom in a bit. Hopefully there's no power outages. Hopefully there's no construction. A downer. I got through almost all of this one, I think. I don't know how long the game is. We got to a pretty gnarly section before the power went out. But today's a busy day because not only am I streaming, but my vacation on Advanced Wars by Web has ended. So I have to actually get back to playing them games. We'll see how that goes. Gotta say, it was nice having the break. I know. You know what? You would have thought that Andy would fix the stream. This could be Clandy. Clone Andy. It's true, there will be more Go7 games, exactly. Okay, I'll go through the start of this pretty quick, because we already saw it in the very brief stream that ended. sweetdangerzack doesn't go straight for this base. No. I think Captain Pudú doesn't go straight for the base. Yeah, finishes this capture, which I don't think is a very good move. And then also in this matchup for Andy and Sturm, Andy definitely has a pretty nice advantage in the power matchup because Sturm does less damage, which gives Andy more potential to heal up his units. And then also, Andy ends up getting a triple comm tower advantage, while Captain Pudú ends up going for this kind of lab all-in, which I'll slow down once we get close to. Captain Pudú also goes for these kind of iffy attacks. It like lowers the immediate threat of this copter in this region, but especially in high funds, you don't usually want to be trading out unit health against Andy. However, Captain Pudú has a really strong push up here and is kind of neglecting the southern part of the map, even doing base skips, which is going to give Andy complete dominance over here. So it very quickly puts Captain Pudú in almost an all-in, like a forced all-in situation. But it does mean that any fight that happens over here, Sturm should have a pretty good advantage in. Andy vs. Sturm is a pretty special matchup. Yeah, it's great. It's a pretty tough one for Sturm once the game makes it to like the big vehicles stage. You can see Captain Pudú, lots of base skips. I really don't like it. That forces... There's even 7k in the bank still. But the base skips basically force an advantage now. Like, you have to win now, otherwise you're going to be losing later because you're just not going to have enough units. And Andy is about to get the triple comm tower. Captain Pudú was a Sturm with no comm towers. Didn't even go for this one. I don't know what the ELO is. The early game was Captain Pudú completely neglecting the southern side and kind of all ending up here. Just moving straight for this lab. Doing pretty well in the income, but yeah, none of the comm towers. Way behind in the infantry count. Doing pretty fine in the vehicle count. You can see Captain Pudú's got the right idea of shielding the vehicles with the infantry as you approach. This is kind of how you make a death ball. The death ball has a crust of infantry around it, so that the vehicles have to hit the infantry, and that means that like the tank hits the infantry, and then your tanks can now hit the tank without having anything blocking it, because the vehicles have to lurch forward outside of their own infantry coverage range. So the most dangerous thing you can have is with two death balls touch infantry to infantry, because then neither of them has... They suddenly no longer have the defensive advantage that they had normally. Alright. Suddenly the attacker has a lot of advantage. As soon as you can attack and then put infantry in the way, you're going to be really happy. So you can see Captain Pudú is going to charge on in here. Start working on this black boat. Does take out the infantry on the comm tower. Just straight up all in. There's absolutely nothing down here. Well, there's a single infantry. And sweetdangerzack is kind of in the spot where they've kind of already won over here. So they should just send everything up here to stop the all-in, and then they'll just win the game because they're going to be up in almost every metric. You do have... And then they use the hyper repair. They don't do a little... They could do a little bit of damage here to get the super, which will allow more hits with like these tanks getting involved, or if they can save the super if they want to. It'll also heal the black boat up more. But they just go with the normal power. They attack in here. It's a pretty good attack. But it does also set up Sturm to get the super. And one of the things you can do when you're attacking, and it's really hard to do unless you have the move planner, is that you can attack in a way so that the meteor doesn't hit your front line, and instead you can build a really expensive stuff way back here and the meteor hits that. I know the Sturm doesn't have any recons. It's very unconventional. But in this case, Andy has a nice attack in here, and the one fault that Andy has, like these tanks could have gone up to like hang out with this fire or this kind of thing, try and make a what we call a magnet to make the meteor hit like over here where it doesn't matter, instead of up here where it matters a lot. So Captain Pudú goes straight for the meteor strike. I think if I mean, it's fine. That's a good one too. I think if you move the tank first, it'll hit here. Maybe not. Having it hit here is fine though. But that's really good because that's hitting the front line, which is the ideal place for the meteor to hit in Sturm's perspective, and also means that this black boat gets hurt enough so that it gets knocked down, and now some infantry can get in range to go for this lab. So things are starting to look pretty good for this like all-in attack that Captain Pudú is going for. The capture hasn't started yet, so there's still turns for Andy to make a comeback here. The fighter can dive in. Actually doesn't get the kill on that copter, even with triple comm tower. Just Andy, or just Sturm with that power bonus too. Okay, anti-air kills off an infantry. One of the things you kind of like to do, which I can understand why Andy didn't, but one of the things you like to do in these kind of situations is you want to have one of your units standing next to the property you're trying to stop the capture on, so that there's always like you're leaving open a space to break through and interrupt the capture, even if that unit gets hurt. Like instead of killing this infantry, this anti-air could like move on to this planes, although that might not work that great since Sturm does have a Neotank here that could probably one-shot it. And then down here, Andy starts going for their own kill on this black boat, which could potentially, you can see it's really kind of slow progress. It is a Sturm black boat. It could potentially win the game off of this, but it's probably better to just send everything up here, because there's so many base skips have happened from Sturm that as soon as the standing army's gone, he's going to be way too far behind to get anything done. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Ein bisschen Deutsch. I speak a bit of German. A small bit of German? Or a little German? Yeah. Oh, that doesn't even one-shot. There you go. That would be great right there. Copter finishes it off. So here, Sturm's going to try and set up a wall to make it so Andy can't hit this capturing lab, this infantry capturing the lab, in which case Sturm would just win the game. Now these are the kind of things you really want to kind of only go for if one, you're either like 100% guaranteed to get it, or you're just behind and you need a chance to win the game. If Sturm was ahead in this situation, and then a whole bunch of units get put forward, like exposed to be hit in order to wall, and then the wall fails, then you can immediately like lose the game off of that. Again, we have another Andy normal power, which will give Andy another 10% attack and defense, and heal up this tank, I guess. It's a little unconventional, for sure. Also using this tank to kill this copter is a little weird. You would think the infantry would do that, but maybe the infantry just can't quite roll well enough. And you don't want to really risk losing the game off of a missed roll. So in this case, Andy's pretty much killed every infantry, has killed every infantry except for this one over here, and now this one's down to 3. So it's gonna be really hard for Sturm to get this lab cap. We'll have to hold this for a really long time. And the fighter takes out a copter. The rocket starts marching up. Got another bomber. Starts working away at this black boat. So at this point, Sturm's in a world of trouble. I mean, the black boat is under threat, although it's still going to take probably 2 more turns to kill this. Oh, Captain Pudú resigns. Wow. So it was a nice breakthrough for Andy there. I'm not quite sure why Andy only used the normal power. I think using the super would have ended this even sooner. But the biggest thing for Sturm is to really chill out on those base skips, because that hurt the unit count a lot. And usually when you're playing as Sturm, you're going to want to build a lot of recons in the early game to harass your opponent's economy, since your recons move 8 and they will live a single tank strike, guaranteed. Even in high funds, where you don't need to really worry about like the vision aspect that recons bring, they still have a lot of harassment. In fact, they're a lot better at harassing in high funds in comparison to Fog, because they get to use their full 8 movement without having to worry about vision. A Clandy challenge account. Hey! It was very funny that the power went out last time, literally right before Sturm resigned. So we got to look at the game a little bit more. German's really difficult to learn. I have a really difficult time learning languages in general. I don't know if German is that difficult. A lot of things like the gendered nouns and all that stuff's always weird, but that's in a lot of languages. There's always those really nice easy words like Das Computer. And you get the funny ones. Like, gift means poison, and shank means gift. Or is it to give? Is it shankin? I don't know. Which is not what they mean in, English. Okay. Shank is a very different word in English. Is this a 700 match? Oh, I remember you sent me a message on how to say your name. Is it pseudo? Like, it's pseudo, right? Like pseudo-udo. PCO. Okay. Say. Okay. So this is a... Is this map back in rotation? I've only ever played this Oh no, I did play this in rotation once, because I played my Sonja against Comp-Buy's, I think it was Adder, in Global League Standard. Yeah, Guten Nacht. Okay, I also played this in tournament. There's some fancy recon harassment that you can do in the middle, because there's all these shoals, so that the recons, once they make it into the middle, have a very easy time front shifting to the other fronts. They have a lot of threatening moves they can do. We'll see what the players go for. This is apparently a 700s match. So it'll be really nice to see any fundamentals being used here, like going for the neutral bases first is really good. So far looks solid. You can see they have a different opening here with these starting infantry on this central base. Bongus went straight forward, which is fine. It's having property skips, so it will delay the economy a little bit, but these central properties can be kind of tricky to go for, so it's okay to go straight for those. And on the flip side, we have Pseudo going back here for this nice property chain, finishing the city and then immediately starting to capture this airport, which is also pretty good. So these are both very solid openers to go for. I would probably not go for the harbor for Bongus here. The harbor almost looks really nice to go for. It has a slight problem in that this is not a river tile. If this was a river tile, it'd be really nice, because then you could finish the harbor and you'd be able to just start capturing this city and then the city and then the city and this city, in theory, just a super long chain. But because that's not the case, when you finish this harbor, you have a very awkward turn where you like walk onto this river. It takes 2 turns to get over here, where if you went for this one first, you get your this nice property chain that Pseudo's going for, and also it gives you your airport. So I would prioritize doing this first, and then you can go for the harbor, because it'll be faster money and it gets you your airport. And then over here for Pseudo, this is also fine to go for the harbor rather than going straight into the center, but I would probably go for the center because it does look like Bongus is trying to probably exert some pressure over here. I would like to match that, especially as Von Bolt. Wow. Okay, so this guy's going straight up here and then straight over here to this island. This I don't like because this is missing out on quite a few captures. Basically, it hurts more than just like denying yourself one city, because it's denying yourself all of the it's delaying all of the captures this infantry might go for. Go way up here and then go for this comm tower, so it's going to hurt economically quite a bit to go up like this. And then comm towers don't give you any income, and there aren't any units out really to fight yet. So I would much prefer to delay this comm tower pretty much as long as you can, unless you were planning to go for something really aggressive. Okay. So I prefer what Pseudo's doing here. Going back here to get this city, and then moving onto the island from there. You could even delay that more if you wanted to, and just have this infantry go back for this city and then onto the island, and instead start sending them up here to this more contested area. But either of this is fine. I just don't like this rushing of this comm tower. Otherwise, I like the opening so far from Bongus. Okay, had enough money to build a tank. Looks like might be saving up for a like a fast tech up. Or could just be waiting for Pseudo to kind of make the first move. We'll see if Pseudo decides to build a tank here or just sticks with the infantry. Looks like we're sticking with the infantry, so both players are floating a lot of money. They'll have a very solid capture capture game going here. So far, I would say Pseudo has the better infantry opener, except for the central presence, the central control over these properties that Bongus has gotten. I think that's been better acquired by Bongus so far. Okay, this is probably a mistake though. If I'm Pseudo Drifter, I'm probably attacking this infantry because I'm Von Bolt and I have just way stronger infantry even if I don't have a comm tower. But we'll see. Because you can hit, you just hit from here. You could even hit from this plains if you want, because this infantry doesn't really want to hit you here, because that opens it up to being hit by this infantry. And as soon as Von Bolt, and this one that follows up, as soon as Von Bolt gets a control over this area, these cities will fall really fast. So you kind of need these infantry to be around to just try and hold on to these cities as best they can. So as Pseudo Drifter here, I would have attacked that infantry. It didn't have any coverage. Okay, we have a tank, and then we have an artillery, and then we have a tank. We have a triple vehicle buy, very aggressive from Pseudo Drifter. And most of the buys have been over here due to there only being one base. So this kind of implies that Pseudo Drifter's hoping to have some aggression up here. The artillery might go straight into the middle. The other things that Pseudo Drifter could have done with this money is get a battlecopter, and then also like go battlecopter, tank, and then infantry is another option that would probably be better, just because it gives you more unit count and you don't need a vehicle over here. The Von Bolt infantry should just absolutely decimate any Sasha infantry that try and stop it, and that puts a lot of pressure on Sasha to then buy anti-air tank, like, and having to send them into the middle rather than defending over here and saving her infantry. But this isn't bad. You know, that would just be an alternative way you could spend the money. Okay, so Sasha attacked in here, and I do not like this attack. There's no support for these infantry, and they have two cities that they're trying to protect. And as you can see, attacking Von Bolt infantry, it really sucks. So here we go. We got triple tank buy. Sasha is trying to keep up in the vehicle count. I wouldn't run back with this 2 health infantry. I would have this guy hit probably from this forest and kill off the 6 health, and then have this guy hit from the shoals, and then maybe strike with the 2 health. It would depend on the health, on what kind of health we're dealing with. This gets knocked down to 3, so maybe I wouldn't strike for the 2. I mean, this is fine. I would just prefer to have this guy attacking from the forest, because that threatens to take the city. And it's always nice to have those setups. But you can see that's why you wouldn't want to attack there as Sasha. If those are your only units in the area, you need to preserve them. Be very conservative with them, because while they're not going to be able to stop the attack, or like these captures, for instance, they can delay those captures for a turn, and that will give you time to respond with the rest of your units. So Pseudo is now moving on into the middle, looking very nice. Another thing on this map is these corner cities. Once someone captures them, they're really hard to take away. Especially, it would be really hard for Sasha, especially, to take it away from Von Bolt. The Von Bolt infantry is sitting on this city and owning it. Ooh, floating 9k is Von Bolt. I didn't even notice that. I mean, that could have been a battlecopter. If I was Sasha in this situation, and I saw 9k floated, no battlecopter bot, with 15k income, I would be like, Neotank is happening next turn. And I would probably start building some artillery. Could also be a bomber, I guess. Okay. So Sasha went with Bongus, went with tank, copter, infantry. Infantry is a very solid buy. It's kind of the buy I was I was saying would be an alternative for Von Bolt, and it's the unit count buy. The artillery decides to kill this 2 health infantry. I would probably be a little more aggressive with this artillery, because then they could back. You could just like have one of these other infantry, like zip up a single tile, kill this guy off, and then your artillery can move up to the right behind your frontline infantry, so you have a really good threat on taking these cities. They would be able to move like right here, for instance. This is a little bit, a tad aggressive. Okay, if you're gonna build a copter, then you should just build it last turn. But this is definitely a tad aggressive for this tank. It doesn't have any vehicle backup. It's only got infantry backing it up, and it's just attacked in range of the airport and this tank. So this is not going to have a very happy ending for this poor guy. We have tank, battlecopter infantry. Interestingly, the tanks are built over here rather than over here, trying to, I guess, keep the infantry count strong over here. But you're going to need vehicles from this base because there's going to be attacks coming in. Okay. Yes, very painful. Does interrupt the capture as well, and then also some tank strikes here, or I guess one tank strike. The tank doesn't quite get trapped, so this isn't like the end of the world for Von Bolt. All Von Bolt really needs to do here is just fall back and then buy some reinforcements. Because if you stick around, there we go, fall back a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, making sure that this copter is out of range of this copter. One of the things you can do, though, especially as Von Bolt, is you can be like, I don't care. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, move to there. You're now in range of this copter, and then you just build another copter. And if they hit your copter, your fresh copter comes up and kills their copter, and you just win the exchange. 700 rating. Yeah, it happens. Just missing, even top-rated players will sometimes kind of blunder their pieces into reinforcement ranges. No worries. It happens. It's a very weird attack from Sasha here. You can see it's horribly negative for the poor Sasha attacker. Takes 5 damage, only does 3, and then this also heals up to 9 on the next turn. Six trade there. Those 10-10 stats from Von Bolt are very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's still out of range of this tank, so that's fine. Gets this corner city, which is really nice. Looks like Sasha's going to get both of them. Von Bolt will have an easier time taking this back using just infantry than Sasha would against Von Bolt, but it's still really nice for her. Actually, this one's probably going to get stopped. We do have the Neotank built from Sasha. A nice tech up. That's one of the ways that Sasha can kind of try and fight Von Bolt. Just out-tech him. Okay. You don't want to... I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but... Okay, this is a pretty nice thing to learn. So if you have... So copters hit tanks at the same damage. They do the same amount of damage to tanks as a tank does. So when you have a 2-tank knockout kill, 2 tanks attack to kill a tank kind of setup, and you have a copter and a tank doing it, you want to hit with the copter first because it takes a lot less damage in the retaliation. Usually the only time that you'll do this going tank first is when you're trying to get some charge, because you actually take damage in that regard, or in that situation. You beat a little when you saw the Neo. But this attack isn't great because if we look at the Neo, it actually covers that tile. So whatever hits that tank can be hit by the Neotank. So when someone like builds a tank or they build a bomber or something, you want to hit the stuff that it's not covering. You like want to attack over here if you were going to attack. Over here, things are looking nice. Does interrupt this capture or injures the infantry that would go for it by a good amount. And then we'll see how Pseudo wants to deal with this Neotank. Looks like we're saving a lot of money, saving 16,000 for a buy next turn. So there's going to be a lot of money to spend. The two main ways that Neotanks are dealt with is by building a Neotank of your own or by building a bomber. There's other ways you can do it. You can use artillery, you can swarm them with copters, you can get a stealth if you really want to, you can go all the way to mega tank, or you can just use 2 medium tanks. Well, this kind of thing right here, yeah, is something that can often be done at high level play. Is not usually banking quite this much, but you bank enough money to threaten specific buys on the next turn that your opponent then reacts to, and then you just don't make those buys. So I would say definitely hold on to this comfort with going for this banking of cash. Usually it's not something you want to do when you're in the middle of a brawl, because you want to have all of your money out there on the front line as fast as possible. Oh, we have a breakthrough here. Very nicely seen by Sasha, a way to hit this artillery. Tank comes around. Everything's coalescing together in the center here. Then we have a bomber by. So Sasha's going for those really big tech ups to fight Bumbolt. Whoa. So I wouldn't really want to stick around here. You can see, like, both of these things only did like 2 damage to the Neotank. It's better to just fall back to your reinforcements and keep your units alive as best you can, unless there's no way for you to escape, in which case you can go for attacks like that. Nice attack from the city. It's gonna be bopped by the Neotank, but it'll probably be okay because with this much cash, you can buy some Neotanks of your own or bombers. I think we're going for a Neotank of our own, and then a tank, and then an artillery. Okay. Probably would have been better to just skip one of these buys and go for an infantry instead, so you float enough money to buy a fighter on the following turn to deal with a bomber or a bomber of your own. Sasha could go for the super, the war bonds. It's true. It's not GG. Bumbolt's got nice. Pseudo's got a really nice presence over here. Can start going for some of these city captures. Should be able to hold over here pretty nicely. If you lose the fight in the middle, that's fine. At worst, you'll lose 2 cities. As long as you're also winning in other parts of the map, you can stay in the game. Okay. The Neotank didn't charge in over here. The bomber's coming for Pseudo's own Neotank here. Wow, none of these tanks got hit. So this is a really iffy turn from Sasha, but a really happy turn for Pseudo. Kind of got to keep a lot of these vehicles in tip-top shape while still having these really scary threats over here. Okay, I don't know what this Neotank is doing. In this case, I would use the 5 health to go after the 3 health infantry, and then I'd use this guy to hit the full health infantry. Hitting the infantry is a great idea because that will stop any captures from happening. Charging into range of Neotank bomber with your Neotank is probably not the best move. You are covering with an anti-air, which is definitely the right kind of call. Really good capture over here. I like it. See, this is a great attack. He's moving the full movement, get closer to this city, and then also killing off an infantry. So you get a nice kill, and then also threaten the capture. This tank should probably completely ditch. Instead of just moving to here, it should just move all the way down to here. And kind of join up with this whole army. This tank should hit this tank, which I imagine is going to happen. I like... Ooh. Okay, there's a whole bunch of units that did not move this turn, which is not great. Yeah, this tank should, this infantry should move, and then probably back to the city to heal, or maybe be used as a blocker somewhere. Down here, maybe? And then this tank should go for the first strike, because these tanks are already exposed, and it's out of range of this Neotank. So you're kind of overloading any of the things that would attack you over here. And then over here, this tank should, for the same reason, this tank should probably go kill this tank on the city, while this tank's also attacking, and then you just have your infantry kill off these infantry while falling back a bit. And you'll be in a really nice spot after that. So not moving the units is definitely iffy. However, Sasha goes for war bonds. We'll see how much money Sasha gets off of this. It's oftentimes not going to be great. I do have the hit on the bomber. She gets 50% of the damage she deals, I believe. So let's see here. She's at 21,400. I'll bring out my calculator of truth. 21,400. I'll just keep that saved. Okay, down goes the Neotank. It's not the worst thing here because this is happening in range of an anti-air hitting this bomber. Ooh, although that's a really nice coverage that Bongus got there. That's actually completely stopping the attack here. And the bombers, both the bomber and the Neotank are serving as really good blockers to save this tank from getting 2-hit KO'd. So very nice play from Sasha there. Infantry's attacking in here. Just trying to overwhelm Von Bolt. On the left-hand side, and doing a pretty good job. Looks like we're just entering straight into this Neotank spam. I think bombers would probably be what Suda's going to start buying, because this anti-air is very exposed to being just killed off. Okay. Oh, I should go back to see how much money... Oop. How much money did she have before buying stuff? Okay. We'll do minus 34550. So she made 13,150 G off of war bonds so far. Which is about half a turn's of income, but it does mean that she's going to get hit by a Von Bolt super. However, she will make a tiny bit more money because the war bonds does stick around, and her retaliation strikes will also make her some cash. You think you might know where the super will hit? I think I do too. It's gonna be very nasty. Well, the war bonds is certainly not what she would have liked in comparison to just wiping all of Pseudo's bar here. We have another Neotank bot. kill off that tank. We have the super. I don't like this move. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. There's like a bit of a blind spot here for Pseudo about moving tanks in range of Neotank's spot on this base. Okay. No, there we go. Ex Machina. Kablam. So yeah, that's a really nasty setup there. I'm not quite sure what's going on with this artillery. It should move to here or here, so it's in range of killing this tank. Don't like this move. I think it does get the city because these tanks will be at plus 20% defense, so the Neotank won't one-shot them. Oh no, the copter can just come over. You can go copter Neotank, and the Neotank can come through to stop the city cap anyway. So this is like a fancy play, but you don't really want to give away hits like that unless you were like going to win the game off of this capture. Okay. Probably should have built a copter or something here. That's okay. Ooh. Oh, that one did die. But this copter did not come in, so the capture will happen. It just costs 2 tanks, which is a very steep price for sure. And the infantry count is starting to overwhelm Pseudo on the left here. But there's no vehicle support over here, so pretty soon Pseudo will be able to just send like a couple tanks or an anti-air and a tank or something to clear this out. But it does mean that players are just kind of trading these corners currently. Mech gets the kill. Neotank comes in. Doesn't get that kill actually. But this bomber will go down, and I think a tank will be able to follow up and kill this Neotank off. Or maybe not. Go after the infantry instead. Maybe this one will. Get him. Get him. Maybe not. Okay. Move a bunch of infantry. Run back with this tank. Get another anti-air. Sure. Copter, tank. Run back with this guy. I'd probably, with this tank, you kind of have a choice of what you'd like to do for sure. It would be between moving here and then hitting this infantry to slow down this capture, or to go onto this city and hit here to stop any capture from starting here. Probably best to go here and hit. That way you have your tank in a really nice spot where it can interrupt either of these captures. I would probably kill off the Neotank, although healing up is totally fine as well. A fighter would be very good. Okay, so Sasha's going for some more of these city caps. Gonna get this one too. Very nice blocking. Oh no, the copter can just interrupt this. I was gonna say Sasha seems to be overextending here. This is the kind of attack that happens quite a lot on this map because the 2 bases can just build a lot of infantry and march on down. The thing you kind of need when you're going for this is you need some artillery backing up these infantry. Run, Neotank, run! Okay, so this is something that you hate to have happen. Is when you build Neotanks and then they have to go and do nothing but fight infantry off in the corner somewhere. But this will potentially set up the bomber too. Oh my gosh! This will potentially set up these infantry to get some more of these captures back. A little overkill. And the bad thing about that being overkill is because if you're looking at the relatively even in unit count and unit value-ish, and then you're looking at where are you committing those funds? And when you have over half of your income, or over half of your unit value in 3 units, fighting like 5,000 in unit value in just infantry, that's gonna mean that elsewhere on the map you're gonna get absolutely crushed. So unless you're just gonna win the game because of that investment, it's not gonna work out great for you. As you can see here, the middle's falling, and now the units over here also gonna start getting taken out. Very nice to have the anti-air either here or here. You want to make sure that it's next to your HQ so that there can't be any sneaky ways that they start capturing and then blocking you off. Things are looking very good for Pseudo right now. We have potentially another War Bonds. But I was going to say, we have one, but you shouldn't go for it, because if you're going to go for War Bonds, it needs to be at a time when you're hitting really, really valuable units, kind of like when the bomber was hitting the Neotank. That was a great time to go for it. The War Bonds here is going to get very little cash, because it's pretty much only infantry to attack. So I mean, we'll the calculator of truth will keep track though. Let's start going for this HQ cap. At this point, it's kind of like a desperation HQ cap. It's not going to work out great though, because this anti-air could go to this forest, and these guys are all cut off from trying to support it and everything. Okay. Only one attack. Wow. Okay, well that's... Was that only one attack? Gained 600 funds. Woo! Not what you want to do with your supers. But that's why you usually go for a market crash. It's War Bonds, even in pretty much ideal situations, get you a really small amount of money in comparison to the value of stopping Von Bolt from hitting you with a super. Yeah, it's 700 rating. I'm just pointing it out. I'm not saying that I'm not like shaming them. I'm just pointing out ways to do better. So this is definitely a good investment of a unit to stop this. Looks like the anti-air decided not to come over here to help out because we have the double anti-air hunting party to deal with bombers. Not quite sure why the infantry is moving forward like that, but that's okay. If a Neotank decides to stick around here longer, then that'll be good for Pseudo, for sure. Okay, we have another turn of... We have lots of these triple infantry and then go into really big buy turns. See, Sasha's kind of committing really hard to this. Ways you can lock this down very safely would be to do stuff like building a rocket or an artillery, and even an artillery in these woods right here, protected by your own base. 1, 2, 3 locks down your HQ. We do have the bomber charge on in here. I wouldn't recommend doing this because of the anti-airs covering and the Neotank's on the city. So you can see it doesn't kill the Neotank. It's actually going to heal all the way back up to 6 on this turn and just be a very happy-go-lucky Neotank. Maybe with this copter, might be able to do some serious damage against this other Neotank. So, lived at 1. Lots of interrupts. The city is actually going to get captured. It's been joined enough. We start moving back here. Okay, we do have the artillery being built. This Neotank that Sasha has over here is actually going to start being able to kill off these defending vehicles. So definitely good to get some artillery over here. We also have a bomber. Very nice. That's actually really annoying for Sasha because the bomber covers this tile. So if the Neotank like came down here to kill this anti-air, it would be in range of dying to this bomber. And then the other spots they can attack from are like this HQ, which will also get hit by the bomber, but it also means that HQ cap can't happen. And it can also attack from this city. But that would be really sad because so many infantry have been kind of committed, joined and everything to get this city. So you'd have to interrupt your own capture in order to use the Neotank. So this is a really good bomber buy. It's very annoying for Sasha for sure. Okay, you get the city capture over here. Neotank is still doing some work. So the investment, it was definitely a very expensive investment, but it has started to pay off. Very unfortunate. So yeah, that's where the trying to cover at this point for the Neotank. But this is the kind of situation where you would base skip. So you'd base skip, fire the artillery, and then the bomber gets to hit from there. Okay, get some anti-airs getting built. Nice response to the bomber and this copter, I take it. I would say so far it's been a pretty good game. It does seem to be a super only Sasha. Oh, okay. Well, that's very lucky for Sasha that there isn't the base skip to kill the Neotank. It's not like the end of the world for Pseudo, because the bomber can still just come over here and kill off an infantry and be in range of hitting the bomber next turn, or the Neotank next turn, potentially. You have the Ex Machina. Very nice. Gluing this Neotank down. Ooh, this bomber decides to go up here instead, okay. Kill off that anti-air. Start moving very aggressively forward. You have another bomber bot. Sure, sure. Can't mess up your funds for your market crash if you never use it. That's true. Oh, that's... I didn't think about that, but yeah, you could use the Ex Machina to give you the stat boost to kill this too. It's a very aggressive infantry attack. Usually you want to start retreating at some point if you don't have enough backup to stop your infantry from just kind of getting attacked by all of the vehicles. That way, once you have vehicles backing them up, you'll have plenty of infantry left to kind of crash over your opponent's lines and properties. Down goes the anti-air, down goes the Neotank. Some nice artillery shots and tank attacks, looking really good over here. Even have infantry kind of set up to start going back for these captures. Very nice. Getting in the way. Okay, definitely time to start buying probably artillery over here. If you have a bunch of infantry and you need to protect them from like a Neotank, for instance, you just buy an artillery. It's a lot cheaper than a Neotank, and it will make the Neotank's life really bad, because suddenly it's going to have to be in situations where it can hit an infantry and then lose half of its health for it. Okay, Sasha has managed to take quite a few of these cities back. We have a pretty good income lead over here, but yeah, the unit count is definitely hurting for Sasha. A lot of that has to come down to all of the infantry that have kind of had to die over here. this is something that both players seems to be having some trouble with, is the making sure not to attack within the range of counter units. So like the Neotank just attacked over here, and that's in range of this bomber, so now the Neotank will die on the following turn, probably, for killing a 3 health tank. In that case, you just don't kill the 3 health tank, you just like back up. This one's not as bad because you can always build like an anti-air or something to try and cover, or like a fighter. There we go. Okay, so we're about to see a whole bunch of Neotanks go pop. Whoa. Okay. Well, I thought this bomber was going to be used for that one, and then this bomber, I think it used like over here, or maybe that's covered by the fighter. I guess it is covered by the fighter. So it would have to sacrifice itself to kill this Neotank. Might not be the greatest. But you can have kill Neotank, and then tank can go after this anti-air, and this tank can go after this anti-air. You can do some shenanigans. But over here, if you want to kill off this Neotank with the bomber, that's totally fine. I would just make sure to kill it off from here, because that's a much easier tile to cover with your other units to make sure the fighter can't reach you. You attack from over here, you leave this really annoying C tile that you just can't cover with your other units, so the fighter's always going to find a way to get you. Really like this. The double tank on zero defense terrain blocking Neotanks. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. Ideally, you just don't offer up your units to get beat up like that. That's okay. You have a fighter built. Interesting, the fighter got built in response to the other fighter. Usually, I would recommend building anti-air against another fighter if possible. Unless there's like bombers or stealths or something that you have to hunt down. Okay. The very attacking from the further point, which is fine. It's easy. Again, it's easier if you attack closer to your units to then block the tiles that someone can come and kill your unit from. So in general, that's what you'll want to do. But there's always going to be cases where you'll want to attack from a different spot for another reason. This was your center, you didn't want any Neotanks there. It's been a very Neotank heavy game for sure. Here comes more of them. So like here, if the fighter was here instead of here, it would be a lot harder for Pseudo Drifter to hit it. But in this case, these tanks can come up and clear this, and then the anti-air can come around like this. Ooh, and unless the bomber come in and take out that anti-air, very nice. The walling in general is really, really good. And it's fine here. I mean, the Neotanks don't really want to hit an infantry. Okay. Ooh, a triple tank buy. At this point, Fumble's way ahead in units. Fumble has more infantry than the opponent has just units in general. And it's going to become almost impossible to come back from a deficit like that. It's a very sad fighter move. We have another War Bonds. We got the Sasha supers. Okay, there was an attack. We can look at how much is gained. Alright, close to my calculator. $29. Alrighty. breakthrough. Kill off that tank. Hit that. Take out the mech. Do what you can. Go down and swing. Oh, buys have happened. Okay, so it looks like Sasha made 6,800 from war bonds that time. So almost a tank. That's just highlighting how disappointing war bonds is. Oh my gosh, war bonds into a base skip. We had anti-air fighter, so this bomber is in trouble for sure. And at this point, this is the main thing that happens to you when you run out of unit count, is that you just can't fight on all of the fronts anymore, and you'll just end up, even if you're able to like go even on one of the fronts, on all the other ones you'll just lose, and all of your properties get taken. And then you're not just losing in unit count, you'll start losing drastically in incoming unit value. And then we have another Ex Machina targeting this poor Vanguard. It hits double Neotank, which is devastating. Fighter didn't even move. Oh. Got through. Got a 5-6 trait. Which is not great. At least it's not negative. You can see all of this money. Completely impossible for Sasha to stop these captures from happening. All of the remaining units and investments have to be dedicated to just this central fight. And now even the HQ is being threatened. It's just super GG. And Bongus resigns right there. This is yeah. I would say that was pretty well played for 700s. For the Sasha, definitely some backup for your infantry would be really good. And then being a little conservative in the middle early on with your early infantry. And lastly, the market crashes you're gonna get a lot more success out of using the market crashes than the Sasha Super. But I can understand, especially if you're kind of new to the game, or maybe not new to the game, but like new to the very competitive scene, is there's definitely a notion that Sasha's normal power is like anti-fun because it drains your opponent's charge, and I can understand not wanting to go for that if that was the reason. What's my take on it? I think the Sasha versus Von Bolt matchup is one of the best ones in the game. Because Von Bolt, of course, has just got stronger units, and then Sasha mixes up the entire fight by just having more money and can choose to use that to challenge Von Bolt's superior strength in different ways and forces both players to adapt to it. Usually Sasha relies on quite a few indirects early on and then can kind of move into a lot of tech ups. And then Von Bolt just like never gets his super usually. Okay. We have one more new submitter. Yeah, Von Bolt doesn't need a super to be effective. Well, what a map. What's this map called? The Other Blockchain? Sent in by FrenchLmB. Now, LMB, I don't know what that stands for. I've only ever seen it used for left mouse button, which might be what that stands for. Be a French left mouse button. They are the ones that sent it in. We have an adder mirror. Don't stare at my backlog. Self-conscious about it. Complicated story for your name. About 1,300 rating. Okay. It is rude to stare at someone's backlog. I really like this central feature here with the roads going into a sea tile. I don't know why. Well, this is definitely a hard map to parse because all of these shoals and sea tiles are just gonna obstruct the movement a lot. Well, the shoals won't, but they're going to when the transports are completely unleashed. We have the black boats sitting on missile platforms ready to go. Capture phase is way too complicated. Ugly HQ cheese. So you can pick up an infantry from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Drake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Drop off. In two moves, anyone can threaten the HQ for sure. Well, we'll see how this goes. We have the black boat moving here, which does, we can look at where is this black boat going to potentially drop off this infantry. Here kind of makes sense. Can threaten to go for these central captures or here. Down towards the airport is also possible, but doesn't quite make as much sense. And it looks like it's a 3-turn walk to make it to this base. So far, they're just kind of doing the same thing. So we do go center, but then a center and then drop off over here. Okay. Trying to just claim this little island. Potentially just threatening to... moving over here, it does also threaten to start taking the HQ really quickly. Not anymore, though. This guy's here to stop it. He dropped off on the mountain. They can't actually reach each other to the sea tile. Okay. Walk on by the black boat. I don't know if there was any good boosts that the black boat can set up. Doesn't look like it. Yeah. But lots of movement straight into the center here. This, I guess, central square. The southeast. Okay. This does seem like the... Oh, going for the airport quickly. Okay. Does seem kind of like the map that you would want to capture the harbor and actually build either more black boats or maybe landers on. Especially landers, because this base looks absolutely dreadful to resupply from if you don't have a lander. Or if you have a lander, it picks you up here, or it can pick you up over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, drop off over here. That seems pretty good. Can I get the, you mean the neutral base? Takes you 3 turns? No, because it takes, you can, your first turn you have to step off of here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it takes you 3 turns either way. You took some opening from Starflash and test you. Gotcha, gotcha. You guys are really got the same ideas for sure going on. So we got the tank from the back base built. Just fine. The idea behind building a tank back here is that this base doesn't have as many captures readily available to it for the infantry, where this base has a lot of fresh ones to go for, and this base has the black boat to always load into. So you'd build the tank back here, even though it's the worst spot to build the tank if you want to actually pressure your opponent. So this would be a defensive buy. If you wanted to be offensive, you would build the tank over here. Over here. Although this one wasn't available yet to be built. There's some pretty good mountains here. So yeah, I would also consider this probably an opening that involves rushing this harbor a bit and then getting a black boat and then picking up a bunch of mechs and dropping them off all over the place. Which could be fun. For sure. Really, no one wants to mess. I was gonna say really passive openings. It's all about just capturing your own stuff. No one wants to be super aggressive here. We didn't have a tank buy from Lawrence, so French left mouse button is currently in the lead in that regard. And then we have our first aggressive movement. They're threatening to take this property. They'll have a tank backup. It's even a little bit scarier than that, though, because you get to actually go for the capture, and then you can potentially use your black boat to repair yourself as you go for the capture. Well, players really need to get this harbor somewhat soon, because their black boats are going to run out of fuel. We have a tank bot over here, so we'll be able to help cover against potential sneaky captures that French left mouse button might go for. We've a 15,000 income or funds right now, and that usually signals tank infantry as the buy. But the airport is also just captured, and there was a tank bot down here as well. So there might see a copter in response to the tank here, in which case it would just be copter. Infantry, probably. Black boat's down to 18k fuel. I'm not quite sure why it's moving up here. It's not blocking anything off. It might be to pick this guy up to try and contest this comm tower. But that doesn't work, so I don't know. I guess I'll find out. The infantry are kind of hard to move to the front line. Yeah, that's what it certainly seems like. But backwards captures, like a lot of these are backwards captures. They just mean that later on, there's going to be like a huge wave of infantry that hit. It gives up that early pressure. This harbor is being so delayed. It's going to start getting captured next turn. This black boat's not close to the sinking. This one's at 17 feet. $11 fuel. So it's coming over here to pick up infantry for this base, I guess. The tanks working together with this anti-air. There's probably going to be an effort to take this comm tower. Just let Lawrence have it for now, and then just take it with the anti-air support. Would be my plan as well there. Copter moves on forward. Might as well. Its plan is definitely to just run away as soon as the anti-air moves out. And the copter just runs down here. Ooh, we had the prophylactic anti-air built by Lawrence. 17 fuel. Gotta be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you gotta be careful. If the black boat moves even like to here, it will just not have enough fuel to make it back to the harbor. Have to buy an APC or just watch it crash. 7, 2, 3, 4. This guy can't really afford to go anywhere besides back towards the harbor now. Okay. So looks like we got weak side down here, strong side up here for French left mouse button. And then Lawrence is a little more split on the commitments of resources currently. That's true. That's true. It doesn't. This airport's very vulnerable to being just locked by an anti-air. No, just to refuel it after taking the port. For you, infinity. I must misunderstand what you're saying there. It should be able to make it. It only drains 1 fuel per turn when sitting there. Okay, this guy starts heading back. It's a little boost. Very nice. There's the copter. This guy's probably going to get answered just by copters from French left mouse button. FrenchLmB. Yeah. I mean, the airports are always really nice. But yeah, with the kind of awkward sea tiles and the mountains and forests and all of that getting in the way of the land movement. We do have a very strong push coming in here from Lawrence, going for these two captures. And very nicely, it's actually at a time where Lawrence can kind of back away from the other front because FrenchLmB can't actually reach these same cities. Like do a counter capture. Okay, the anti-air is now in range of hitting this airport. So the airport is now locked and it's just out of range of these tanks, assuming that there isn't an adder power. Looks like we have a little bit of a front switch going on here. Ooh. FrenchLmB forced to engage. There's a very nice little block here with this infantry. Stop the anti-air from hitting the copter. And back it up with a tank. So it's a very nice attack. The mountains are stopping this infantry from being taken out by the infantry. They can't quite get up here unless there's an adder power. And then this copter and this tank are shielding the other side. So it's a very nice little setup. But there's still, I mean, the copter can't die, but this tank is really vulnerable. This guy can't reach, but you have tank, anti-air strike, and infantry strike. I think that'll kill the tank. And then that'll leave this open to kill this infantry. I don't think the copter will die. Oh wait, there's this tank up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that doesn't reach either. You never saw it coming. Oh no. Ah. I can see what you didn't see coming. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's bad news for FrenchLmB. The adder normal power due to the copter sack here is going to completely destroy this position. Because now this tank will be able to reach, kill off this tank, and then the anti-air can get through. And also this tank is to come up, kill off this anti-air. kablam. So very good copter sacrifice here. And this is part of the trickiness to playing those adder mirrors, is that both players have to constantly play around that extra 1 movement. His adder, of course, does not need very much charge to actually get his normal power. Okay, we have a normal power back. Now there is... the anti-air isn't in range to cover this one, so probably going to have tank copter strike. It's not super great, but it's kind of what FrenchLmB has to do to try and get some air dominance over here, much like what Lawrence has done up here, where these copters are now completely uncontested against tanks. Oh, infantry kill off. Nice. Okay, the black boat survives. It's got its 1 fuel. Lawrence would have preferred, of course, if that 1 health copter lived, because, I mean, there's a black boat that actually healed up. So it's very, very important to kill it off. It would get repaired. Okay, things are looking very good for Lawrence over here. So you can see the infantry get used to stop the tanks from being able to hit the other tanks. Very nice walling. However, there's not... it's very much the strong side, weak side thing going on here for Lawrence in standard instead of fog. So if FrenchLmB had not been blown out with the copter attacks and still had the anti-airs over here, then the strategy of the strong side, weak side would kind of crumble apart, as these forces would not have any difficulty taking these properties. Okay. FrenchLmB trying to hold on to as many properties as possible, still attacking in here with the copters. It's now 2. You can see that's not just 1, that's 2 movement away from this anti-air's range. So it would take an adder super to reach it. Ooh, and then we have the adder normal power here. Doesn't give this anti-air any ideas. Does kill off this anti-air. I do like killing off anti-airs rather than letting them repair. But it will lose half of the infantry on this front to do so, which is a little bit dicey for sure. I think the main purpose was to go for the comm tower capture, is what it looks like to me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That does get it. Well, I guess it doesn't, but I mean, it will probably get it unless Lawrence wants to sacrifice copters to stop it. Which looks like Lawrence is not interested in, so FrenchLmB is going to have a double comm tower advantage, which will help a lot, both for having that 20% firepower, even without a power active, to get those guaranteed 2 shots on cities with same type units. But also it stops your opponent from getting that 20% firepower when they have their power active, so they just never get those guaranteed 2 shots. Which is very nice. It looks like they've just swapped city for city so far. And this is very common for when you're doing strong side, weak side, is the weak side has to start pumping out tech units, so like medium tanks and like Neotanks and the like, to try and stabilize itself. And it does work out pretty nicely for the most part. The problem is if there's like too many infantry that can get in the way, or if there's a mixed composition that the weak side has to try and deal with, then they can really struggle. These are really, really annoying captures to have to go for, or for Lawrence to deal with right now, because there's only 4 units on this front. And they would, like, the vehicles would really like to hit the other vehicles. They don't want to have to deal with capturing infantry. That is a really nice move from FrenchLmB, going straight for that airport. Because this is a really scary... I mean, losing an airport ever is really scary. But losing this one is absolutely terrifying because it's in range of this base. And it gets to strike from a mountain as well when it tries to attack that base. So that can very quickly just cause a complete collapse on this top side for Lawrence, who does get a side slip here. Ooh, and you can see. So what's happening here is that there's no comm tower for Lawrence, and with just 10% firepower boost, it's only a 30% chance to actually kill a tank on a city. So by sacrificing this 5 health infantry in, it does some chip damage, and it won't guarantee that the kill will still happen, but it makes it much more likely. And now starts going for this comm tower capture as well. And we also have a very nice infantry drop off from Lawrence, much like what happened just now, FrenchLmB. So they might just end up swapping these airports. Okay, this city does get contested. The city will just get taken. And now it kind of comes down to, what does FrenchLmB want to do? There's some ways to make desperate stands on airports. If you build a fighter or a bomber, an anti-air does not one-shot it. Side slip does hit here, which is nice. 10k float? Well, that is a 10k float. Okay. Deciding to attack in here is not needed, I don't think. Does kill off? Oh, it doesn't kill off. Uses the full health. Okay, looks like we're walling in the 7 health medium tank. It's gonna have to be walled in there for quite a few turns because artillery is a little ways away. Okay, I would probably start sending. So here you kind of have to decide if whether or not you want to commit to just trading these areas, and I don't think that FrenchLmB has to just trade these because there's so many infantry here, and once this airport gets captured with the artillery backup, it's going to be really hard for Lawrence to really get anything done over here. And because you have the airport over here still that's buildable, I don't know. I don't know if you want to build a bomber. You did something else to prevent air units. You build a missile, I assume. Place it here. Medium tank is going to get some nice attacks. Infantry fall back. Anti-air starts shifting up here. So this is... Lawrence is kind of going into the stage 2 of strong side, weak side. It's strong side wins its fight, and then it front switches over to help the weak side out. We have the Neotank bot. Very nice. Oh, that's such a mean blocker. That was very well set up. Neotank can't make it past the mountains. Neotanks hit black boats for a good amount of damage, but it's still going to be an absolute nightmare for this lone base to deal with. Because bombers can start getting built. Anti-air is so sad. It's like, why did you put me next to the medium tank? Do not attack. You can attack from the road. And just surround with infantry. But we do have a nice block here. The missile has been built. It can sit here or here and lock the airport. The medium tank is completely unstoppable over here currently. Also serving as a very nice blocker as the infantry retreat behind it. Try and preserve as much unit count as possible. Okay. There's not going to be enough money for a bomber next turn, which is a little sad, but something that Lawrence can kind of celebrate. Let's get the anti-air. Medium tank breaks through because they hit an infantry. The double Neotank. The black boat can't stand too much longer. The thing that FrenchLmB would love to be able to do here is have like a medium tank or something of their own that could kill off the anti-airs and then switch out this black boat for a copter to keep the Neotanks pinned in there. You have a nice artillery shot there. Or Lawrence is getting a lot of damage done. We have to join. Oh, yeah, okay. We joined some tanks together. I assume to get the bomber. Making sure that there's enough blockers so that the bomber doesn't get built and then immediately killed off by anti-air. Although I don't think this is enough blockers. I'm pretty sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think Lawrence with normal power can kill this bomber. It might just be a roll though. If like this Neotank gets the kill on this black boat, assuming this is a really low 6. With the extra firepower boost, then this Neotank can kill off this infantry, and then this anti-air can kill off this infantry, and then this anti-air hit the bomber. I guess that doesn't even have to happen. I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the medium tank can just kill this guy. Infantry kills this guy. Oh no, that doesn't quite work. Oh, but it doesn't get the kill. So it's all fine. There was never any danger. Big sad moments. Blackboat's like, I can try and be really annoying too. Blackboat just get finished off. Sucked up 3 Neo shots. You can't expect more from a Blackboat. Captures. Lawrence will be able to use the normal power here. There's 3 anti-airs here, which is really irritating for this poor innocent bomber. Well, like block boat. You have the side slip, so both of these captures can be interrupted. So this bomber is going to get hit, which is really sad. It had so many glorious targets. The irritating infantry blockers right there do continue. Lawrence is in a really good spot here. That is a very weird buy. That's like a G. Is that just a GG buy? Yeah, okay. It is a GG buy. There was enough anti-airs that were able to front shift up here to ruin FrenchLmB's dreams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You could. I mean, it's not glamorous. Depending on how much power Lawrence had left, there's always the bomber strike right here. Although I guess it doesn't work. I was thinking that you block here and then this anti-air has to like kill this infantry, but there's actually 2 Neotanks here that can just kill this guy off. So GG. The strong side, weak side ended up working out pretty nicely. The really what got you there though was the surprise adder power. Yeah, it was finished. B-boat MVP. There was some very fancy B-boat movements there. Backed out too far. We have Megatank would have one-shot the B-boat. Or close to it. Ooh, we have an Andy versus Sonja. Yeah, the sacrificial Beecopter was very good. That's something you always got to keep a lookout for. It makes it interesting because oftentimes you want to think that you don't really care if their battlecopters can hit your anti-airs because your anti-air will just completely destroy their battlecopter. But it's something you do have to shield them for, otherwise surprise powers get you. Okay, so we have Adder versus Sonja here. I personally would say that not Adder, we have Andy versus Sonja. Andy, I believe, in my experiences at least, both playing as Andy and playing as Sonja, is an awful opponent for Sonja. She absolutely hates that she misses out on so many kills. And Andy can really leverage that. Stealth nerf. Beecopters give half charge when. However, in theory, you know, if Sonja decides to never roll badly, then Andy is a fine matchup. But, yeah. Sonja often kind of likes to get into brawls where she can use her super to have some really good turns in them, but against Andy, you really don't want to get into brawls because lots of units can end up living, and then you'll just get absolutely stomped when the Andy super comes around. Never roll badly. It's funny that the fog expert's so low tier. I know they really do Sonja dirty. If there's there's definitely a push. I would agree with this push to have a dual strike version of Sonja where she doesn't have question mark HP and instead she's lowering the terrain stars of her opponents. That makes her like a tier 2 in Fog, I think. How would Andy versus Drake work then? Andy versus Drake is a fun matchup. They get to both leverage their supers and their normal powers against each other. Okay, so we do have an early recon coming out here from Sonja and also one for Andy. I would be way... So there's kind of some debate as to how you should play Sonja in Fog and leveraging her enhanced vision of +1 vision. And one of the arguments put forth is that she shouldn't go for early recons because her tanks have 4 vision, which is almost as much as a regular recon, and then that way she can kind of make up for the fact that she's got that really bad luck by just having more tanks than her opponent while still being able to manage the vision pretty well. For Andy, I'm totally behind getting an early recon against Sonja because she's just, I mean, she's going to have a nightmare trying to kill this thing. Yeah, DS Sonja is a serious consideration. I don't know if she's a serious consideration to being added to the game, but she does get tested. Okay. Ooh. Lazyboi moving on up forward with this recon to a spot that I would not approve of. I don't know what Lazyboi is checking for here. It might be just, I want to move as far forward with my recon as possible, so I'll go here. But you don't want to place your recon or pretty much any of your units in Fog next to desirable terrain for your opponent that they can realistically reach, like next to this forest. Because they're going to love to just smack you from that forest with a tank. So instead, I would prefer to be like on a city where they have to hit me from the plains or this road, or I go into this forest. Although it is of course a Sonja tank, so it might not be able to kill anyway. She is real strong. Well, the nice thing is that she would get out of the tier 3 of Fog. Oh, it's tier 1 Fog? Dang, I was hoping it would be tier 2 Fog. Because tier 2 Fog needs one more CO. And tier 3 Fog already has plenty. Sonja doesn't hit that hard anyway. So why not? It's going to go unpunished here. Okay, so this is something you can do as Sonja. Is use artillery, because they have a lot of base damage. So oftentimes, even if they low roll, they'll still get the job done. And Andy's also going for artillery, and I also like Andy artillery because while artillery are kind of squishy against tanks, they don't die to tanks in one hit. And as long as they don't die to tanks in one hit, they're just another vehicle that can be used very effectively and be healed up. Especially because I think they're on a city, a tank hits them down to 5, which is like ideal. Buff Kindle the tier 2. Sometimes she does. You have a nice little boost off of that lander. This is what usually happens on the map, is most of the vehicles get pushed in over here for player 2 and over here for player 1. And it kind of comes down to how cleanly can you give up this area. If you can only give up like 2 properties instead of all 3, then you're really happy. You can potentially hold 2 of them if you get this early artillery right here. Might be what both players are going for to defend the city from across the reef. You can easily wall this off. Okay, you have a lazyboi tank strike over here. Totally safe. I mean, you don't have like the vision of what your opponent is doing, but it's really hard for your opponent to send a bunch of vehicles over here just due to the base placement. So I'd be feeling pretty safe about that strike, especially as Andy, especially against Sonja. Sonja is so sad that she can take a first strike attack here and come out negative. I don't know against Andy, but I know against Drake, because that happened, or not Drake, Jake, with the extra planes firepower, because that happened in my game against Fluffy. Okay, a nice interrupt over here from Sonja. This recon's got to skedaddle out of here. Okay, so yeah, this infantry runs out here. It's always a bit of a pipe dream to get this city. It looks like the artillery wants to set up over here. Classic forest for the artillery. Nice blocking here from lazyboi. So Sonja doesn't have a power or anything, so she can't see into the forest. So it's fine to have like this one tile open to be hit the artillery from, because it takes another tile to reveal it. And as long as you're blocking off those other tiles, then you're really happy. Plus, it's like it'd be really tough for Sonja to actually attack here. Okay, those long probably didn't have to run away from over here, but maybe. It's really good for Andy and just players in general to make sure you don't overextend on this weaker side. Because if you can preserve all these infantry, then once your vehicles are done fighting over here, they can always front switch onto a heavy infantry count side, and then you have infantry plus vehicles working together to try and take properties back, or maybe not back, but just take them in general. Okay, we do have the artilleries set up for both players here. Sadly, this infantry is going to go down. Both players didn't do the T-copter stuff. They just walked it, hoofed it through the mountains. I wouldn't want to keep my recon on the front like this, because it's just going to die from one shot from a tank, and then they can get through to my artillery. But it looks like lazyboi might be setting this up to be more like a bait or like a trap. Well, if the tanks come in here, then all these other tanks can then leap on them. We'll see how that works out. And at this point, I think Sonja is going to do a good job of just camping out over here and just holding down this one city. Oh, never mind. Decides to go for the other city. Ooh, does attack in here, but doesn't go through the recon route. And then this artillery is not actually covering this tank. So lazyboi is going to have a really good counterattack turn this right here. Also, this is a double comm tower map, so now Andy has plus 20% firepower, and we'll get these guaranteed 2-hit KOs, while Sonja at 20% firepower has about a 50% 2-hit KO, which is not great. Oh, tank strike. So the passive for Sonja is that she does 50% more counterattack damage. So this hit back as if it was a 6 health tank instead of a 4 health tank. That's why this guy's at 7 instead of 8. It's not a huge difference, as you can see, but it is something. It's what Sonja's got. Recons are viable. Yeah, they're viable for trying to harass infantry walls, being used to hit artillery. They can be used as blockers. I mean, in Fog, you're going to need them all the time. especially in the mid to late game, so that you actually know where your opponent's armies are. On this map, it's a little rough for them because there's so much plains. It's just like the little road path here. So a very nice breakthrough here. For Sonja does get to hit this artillery. There's been a really big front shift. Just the artillery and infantry got left behind, which is fine. Artillery plus infantry do work very nicely. You just have to make sure that the infantry are able to guard the infantry well enough. But I don't think there was any vision of this artillery. So it's understandable that happened. The copter just barely out of range. So at this point, Sonja's done a better job on kind of both fronts. There was this nice front shift, which gave lazyboi a little bit of an advantage over there. But that did leave this area vulnerable to being kind of overrun, which is what happened as artillery backs up. This is kind of a deep dive over here. Sonja artillery is going to be very happy. Going to have the anti-air making sure it covers everything. Copter covers most things. We're going to probably start seeing some more anti-airs out of Andy. We do have a base skip over here from Sonja to get this medium tank. It's very spicy. Copter, tank, infantry. I would expect to get more anti-airs because there's Sonjas are known for kind of relying on her super to make her own air units kind of win air battles really effectively. Oh, true. The Sonja vision on this infantry on these mountains is very good. So because Sonja is often going to go into air units, getting some extra anti-airs against her can be good. Although you do have to keep in mind that if she ever buys a bomber, your anti-airs won't be super happy trying to fight that. Oh, that was a little bit risky on Sonja's part. It would have been a follow-up hit, though. Probably would have gotten a kill. Okay, so for Sonja, this is not a good attack to go for. When Andy's so close to getting the super and you kind of knock them down to perfect super range. Instead, you'd want to try and get the 2-hit KOs. Okay. Down goes one copter. Down goes the infantry, and then we're going to have a breakthrough over here. Hit this anti-air. And here comes the hyper upgrade. Healed like 20,000? Close to it. Ooh. That's a gutsy attack. Mostly just to get this guy out of the way, I guess. So I think that no, I guess it doesn't quite work. Yeah, these guys are just kind of in the way, so they can't quite break through like they want. The infantry can kill here. And this tank can kill off this anti-air for surezies. And the artillery gets one shot. I mean, this looks pretty good for Andy over here. It's just a lot of vehicles to deal with for Sonja. Very aggressive over here for Andy. There's not really any backup for these guys. I guess there's a copter now. Might have wanted to wait one more turn for the other, like the tank, to show up as well. That is That's a send this guy home to save him. There's no way that guy's gonna live. Okay, Andy has been needing some replacement recon, so it's very good. Get the medium tank on its way. Medium tank's a little bit of an iffy buy for Sonja. It does have a nice base firepower, so it's not hurt too much by her bad luck. The artillery backed off. That kind of gives you... It's like one of two possibilities. Either your opponent is feeling really weak in this area and wouldn't be able to win the fight against you if they just stood and fired, or they're trying to lure you in to try and like chase them down. That infantry did actually live. So Sonja backed up on all fronts. And that's a really effective strategy if your opponent chases you. If your opponent doesn't chase you and instead just stays where they are and goes for the captures that they've now acquired, then backing up can kind of hurt you. Because now what happened was Sonja kind of invited Andy to overextend and like lose the army. But now Andy instead's like, oh, you know, I'll just fortify here. I'll just go for the captures I want to take. And now you're the one that's going to have to move out towards me. I think it did only have one AA. I should say, of course, while Sonja really likes to have a strong air force, Andy also likes to have a strong air force because he can, of course, actually heal them up. Someone healing up in this lander, which is sadly no longer a bug, I guess. No longer a feature, no longer a bug in Advanced Wars by Web. They did stop. They changed this so you don't actually heal up anymore. Although this game's probably before that change. So you can see Andy's gonna get 3 properties here. And Sonja didn't actually get to change their positioning that much to be advantaged. Although Andy should really probably back up a little bit more. If you don't see your opponent doing anything, part of this is due to Andy just not having great vision without having enough recons. But your opponent's going to be up to something, and especially if you suddenly get a nice income advantage, you can just kind of chill. Now, Sonja does have a super ready to use at any point. So might be just hoping to like max the armies at the unit cap or something. But Andy's gonna be really happy being 4K up. And Andy also really likes large army engagements. And Andy also really likes fighters, which is something that Sonja does not like to deal with. Because if there's fighters on the board, she can no longer build a bomber and have it just ignore anti-airs with it. And it's an Andy fighter, so she just hits it in low rolls and everything. Just heals up. We do have some medium tanks being built for Sonja, which is kind of fine. Like, they've got the high base damage, so the bad luck doesn't hurt them too much. And they do pretty well in medium tank versus medium tank fights. But they're still going to be really vulnerable to these artillery shots. Although there's only one artillery. Ooh. So this is something you can do when you are really far ahead in economy, is you can start building stealths. Now, stealths are not very cost effective. They're very expensive. They don't do a ton of damage. They do pretty good damage, but for their cost, they don't do very good damage. But what they do doo-doo, huh? Is they force your opponent to invest in fighters, which are really expensive. And when your opponent has 18k income, they have to spend multiple turns of money to build those fighters. And you can just kind of crush their bank because of that. Now, the stealths used to be a lot stronger on this map because these didn't used to be landers, they used to be black boats, so you could fly your stealth to the center of the map and then refuel it. So this stealth is probably going to need an APC with it, although we can try and chill out with this black boat in this little lake, if it would like. Nothing has happened. Sonja is very, very sure of herself here. Now, lazyboi is at 49 units out of 50. So it's going to be forced to maybe either join some stuff together or start a fight. Oh, never mind. I guess the unit cap is not 50 anymore on this map because lazyboi just went to 53. Okay. Oh, none of these guys move. Whoa. Oh, no. I don't think that Sonja realized the unit cap is no longer 50 on this map. I mean, I didn't realize it, but she did just build a copter and then triple base skipped. Either that or that was an auto end turn. 65 now. Like a bunch of these units didn't move. Stealth is getting close to running out of fuel. It will be able to be refueled next turn though. 56. So that really hurts Sonja. That's 3 missed buys there, but that does have 26k. Could be going for a stealth. Yep, going for the bomber. So the Sonja bomber is here. I don't think that Sonja knows about the increased unit cap. This is going to be really painful when your opponent just has like 10 more units than you because the unit cap isn't what you thought it was. Okay. Yeah, the Sonja bomber is really good because Sonja's super goes off and then all of her units will first strike you when you go for the attack. And bombers actually just hit anti-airs really, really hard. This is why you check the game settings, yeah. Okay, another bomber. As Andy, I would probably get some fighters if I was this far ahead. Well, maybe not. I'd get one fighter. And I'd do that for Sonja bombers. I'd also do it for Sonja copters because it's really annoying. Stealth is at 47 fuel. Now, stealths do have a vision range of 4, and they're invisible. So you can use them to scout out your opponent, like a very, very expensive recon that has less vision, is invisible. Okay, there's no indirection range of this HQ. The army is getting close. There was a little bit of an interaction over here. Okay. Sonja is looking a little scared. I would be pretty scared too if like 7 days passed and I was 4k down. Might be more than 7 days. Look at lazyboi, so patient. Just go for a single city. Artillery does interrupt it. And it's below 5, so Andy can't just heal that up and then take the city. Well, we are at 63 units. So the actual unit cap of 65 is almost reached for Andy, which will usually push someone to attack. You have the stealth built, or not built, but on the front lines here. Infantry strike. This is gonna be really bad news for Sonja, who's didn't even push themselves to the 50 for some reason. Does attack a little bit down here. 48 units. 64. Just due to that unit cap knowledge. At this point, I think Andy can kind of just be a massive tidal wave. So we have an attack over here to hit this artillery. Potentially secure this capture. You can also take out this lander if Andy wants to, although there is an artillery within vision that's staring at it. Looks like we're just going to be really patient over here. The stealth can't really afford to be too patient. It will run out of fuel. It does drain 8 a day, so at 38 it's still got some time for sure. Sonja's going to see this counter break and be like, I think that's more than 50 units. Which is not great. Stealth does get spotted. Infantry breakthrough. We're gonna have a medium tank. Well, it's gonna have to be a bomber. The bombers can't reach. Oh no. Well, a medium tank strike on a medium tank is gonna do like nothing because it's Andy. I mean, it will do like 5 damage or whatever, but that's equivalent to nothing. Andy just heals it up. Okay, so I was saying that the Sonja bombers are kind of invincible against anti-airs, but they're not if the anti-air gets to hit you from a city. And for, I think, pretty much anyone else, if you have 2 comm towers, your bomber, or if you're at plus 30% firepower, I believe your bomber will kill a medium tank on a city, but not Sonja, of course, because she's Sonja. Okay, the artillery will get taken out, though. Medium tank is finished off. That's a much safer position for the bomber. The surrounding tiles are plains and worse. Stealths do decent damage to bombers. I think they do like... I mean, I know they don't one-shot them. I want to say they do like 60. Maybe 70. Maybe more. But I know they don't one-shot them. Okay. So due to that increased the unit cap, Sonja just now finding out that they have 51 units. So all of that attack happened, and lazyboi still ahead in units. It's 70, okay. Usually the first strikes are happening. It's not a huge deal for Andy can go for these kind of negative attacks, like even tanks attacking tanks, because Andy can then heal off that damage. The stealth's going to come in here, hit the bomber for 7. Andy doesn't have to be quite this careful about this, but... Okay, well, that's probably a little too early of a hyper upgrade. You can have tanks attack tanks and stuff, although I guess with the artillery here, you don't really want to. Breakthrough, kill off this anti-air. Neotank comes in and kills the artillery, sure. The copters wouldn't really want to do an attack on the Sonja copters unless the Andy super hadn't been used yet, and then you could potentially do that. Although it would be a Sonja with double comm tower, so it's probably going to be too much for you. And the copters have much better targets anyway. as we can see. The lazyboi is not going to fall for any of these Sonja tricks. Sometimes players, even rather experienced players, can sometimes forget that Sonja bombers are just invincible against anti-airs with these bad terrains, and then they'll just like throw the anti-air in and it will die. But that's not something the lazyboi is going to fall for here. It does have that fighter, and it just resigns. I think that's a fine resign. I mean, it's a little early, but this is not going to go well for Sonja. Down 6k, didn't know about the unit cap difference. You have an APC on its way to save the stealth. Yeah, and there's a lot of copters here, but there's a lot of anti-airs for Andy, so I think this is very quickly just going to end with lazyboi walking over. And the army split as well. So very well. I really like the patience that lazyboi showed. It was like, I'll just take these cities. If you're not going to stop me, they're now mine. I'm now way ahead in income. And it looked like Sonja had the plan. Oh, I'll just back up, and then my opponent will overextend into me. And then didn't have a backup plan, but that didn't happen, which can definitely happen. Which, you know, it's sometimes that is what happens to you. You know, no plan survives contact with the enemy, kind of thing. My opponent will overextend to me is a rough game plan when your opponent is the stall master of tier 3. I mean, there's Drake. But yeah, Andy's really good. Andy loves those big units. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Hey! I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna assume it was Francis Warlocke because they're playing Sturm. Sturm versus Kindle. That is quite the CO matchup. That's tier 1 against tier 3. Maybe Kindle's tier 2 on this map. Now, Kindle isn't the worst against Sturm. She's always going to be really sad that she has to use her power to get Sturm to leave a city so that she can then use the attack power from the city to hit something. But Sturm is also going to kind of suffer in that most people, when they are trying to take Kindle off of a city, only really suffer one nasty hit. Because you get the 2-hit KO, you know, you get the 6/6 trade, and then your other one just kills the unit, and you're like, whatever, it's fine, it's just a tiny bit more counterattack damage. But for Sturm, that can be a serious problem. Because they'll probably you have to do like 3-hit KOs, and the first one's going to be a real nasty counterattack for sure. So we'll see how this goes. But the other thing that Sturm can do, though, to make up for that is just he has that really nice use of indirects that he can do. Use like rockets and artillery to deal with Kindle, and she'll have a hard time dealing with that. And the early recon harassment will still be very strong. Okay, but both players, and we don't have no day 3 recon from Sturm, but oh my gosh, we have a base skip APC on day 4, so that's going to be really painful. This APC has to do a lot, but man, is it gutsy to do this against Sturm, who somehow I guess, reads this and base skips double recon. I would recommend not base skipping early. It's gonna hurt because oftentimes these early infantry don't even go for just one city; they go for multiple cities. So you hurt yourself in unit count, and you hurt yourself quite a bit in your own economy. But we'll see if the APC is able to make that back. I would never do that against Sturm because, as you can see, Sturm recons go zoom, and Sturm is known for buying a lot of recons. I don't think Sturm... Does Sturm get anything out of this walking over the rivers faster? Get to this city faster. It's a long walk. Here. Oh, Sturm gets to the comm tower faster, potentially. That's pretty good. He comes back. Might be going for the comm tower. Recon says, hello. Hello. I imagine we're going to see double... Ooh, we're going straight to the artillery infantry. So we're not going to enter into like huge amounts of recon spam. It's just going to be the 2 recons. Kindle does spot this one, which might give a false sense of security over here. The recon sees the infantry, but doesn't see the APC. Although I don't remember if you can tell if an infantry is being unloaded or walking. But you would 100% harass this guy. Although you are harassing from a city, so... Or not from a city, but next to a city, so that could be potentially dangerous. Okay. Sturm decides not to harass, just sit on the city. And we have the artillery being pumped out. Sit on the HQ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't like that. That's really inviting. If a tank was in one of these forests, it's just inviting them to hit you. Okay. So, this is very weird for Sturm to not actually harass with the recons. They're just kind of... I mean, this one does sit on the city to stop that from being captured. What's even weirder, though, is that Kindle did not send a tank over here. Sent it up here while going for these more faraway captures. Now, Sturm has a decision as to whether or not to care about this comm tower capture. And if I was Sturm, I would not care. And I would just go interrupt this guy down here. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hit from the city. Now out of range. More artillery. The recon just decided to stay here? So gutsy. But yeah, I would come down here and I would hit this infantry that's really safe. Sturm's going really artillery heavy. So these recons are kind of valuable. If you lose them, you're gonna have a hard time providing vision for your artillery to do stuff. But I'm fine going really artillery heavy. Okay, good. Decides to strike from this city, right? We'll see what this guy does. Does get to see the tank moving up here, so should just skedaddle and help support this artillery. Maybe come over here and hit the APC. Recons do hit APCs for a pretty strong amount of damage. Decides to just chill here on this city. I mean, it does delay it, but I mean, you saw the tank get in range. You don't really want your recon to just get surrounded and taken out. Like, it will survive a tank hit for sure, but it's not going to survive tank hit, or recon hit, infantry hit. Get the tank hit. Oh, the recon didn't want to finish this guy off. Okay. This guy didn't even move. Kindle going for the lab capture of dominance over here. Have a nice harassment over here. Finish that off with the recon, the capture. Artillery's in the woods. Smack. Okay, a nice smack over here. They're very good. Sturm is really punishing these overextensions of these infantry. I'm not quite sure why they're diving so far forward with absolutely no support. Okay. Anti-air, more artillery. We've got another recon, another artillery. Okay, we got 7k saved up. I'd be fine getting some battlecopters. I'd be fine getting some rockets to really focus on the indirects. As long as there's like more recons like Francis is building right now, so you don't end up losing all your vision and unable to use them. There was a double base skip down here. I didn't even notice that for Kindle. Base skipping is never good, but it's really rough to base skip infantry against Sturm. Although this Sturm has been surprisingly kind when it comes to the infantry harassment. So it's not going to hurt so bad. Although over here, these guys are just overextended. We have another... That's a weird one. Double base skip with 8k in the bank. Very happy artillery shot. You can see Sturm has, of course, weaker firepower, but much like when I was talking about with Sonja, the base firepower of artillery is really high, so you can kind of get away with still doing a lot of damage despite having really low firepower in comparison to other people. The recon lives at 1. Might have been better to go recon infantry kill, but I think it's fine because there's not really any follow-up. Not that Sturm knows that, because there isn't. Well, I guess the recon has seen quite a bit. Oh, interesting. I thought Sturm was saving up for a rocket, but we do go battlecopter, recon, anti-air. I like it. Recon gets trapped. Infantry does sacrifice itself to delay this for a turn. Oh, very aggressive. You don't usually want to just walk forward like this without a lot of backup. Ooh, we do have a nice attack from the comm tower. If this wasn't a Sturm anti-air, it would be dead. We have the Neotank by. The Neotanks are really beefy, which can be a problem for Sturm to deal with, but when you have a lot of indirects, it's not as much of a problem. This artillery has to back it. Make the walls. Okay. Still just artillery. I'd really like rockets at this point. Artillery are really nice, but they do have some range issues that the rockets can help with. Okay, get the copter strike. So we're kind of sneaking on over here, sees the entire wall of units. Get to kill an artillery. Range. Well, this was an unknown about anti-air, but this one is known about. Oh, this is super low health. Okay. So this is a kind of a fine attack. I mean, with the anti-air kind of chunked down, it makes sense to dive in with the copters, I guess. The rough part about it is that there's not really that many infantry around to like start going for these captures to follow it up. There's this one, which is nice to go for behind it. This one's a little too aggressive. Like, this would be a nice city to potentially go for. Comm tower is, of course, something you'd want to go for. This guy is in range to go for the comm tower next turn. You have Copter taken out. Recons can now lunge forward. A little weird to use this infantry. Usually I do like the backwards infantry being used to go for the forward hit like that, but it's also an infantry that's in range of this capture. Although I guess there's these guys over here. It's totally fine. These guys have got it under control. Right? It's a very scary little... not really little, but a very scary push that Sturm has over here. The only thing it's lacking is an anti-air, and this guy's on its way. Go. Copter, a bunch of infantry. You can see the unit count difference is absolutely massive. I know. Okay. That's a gutsy attack, because there is a lot of artillery here. We do have the bomber being built. It does require another double base skip. At this point, Kindle's just going to run out of units. Down 5. Oof. Down 5 in infantry, but 11 overall. So that's 6 vehicles that Kindle's down currently, which is not where you want to be for sure. You have the comm tower capture going through for Sturm, who's very slow, methodical artillery push has really done a number on Kindle here. You have double anti-air buy. Or the comm tower being captured, which is scary because you don't want Sturm to have that regular firepower. Neotank, okay, I like the front shift. If you kind of fail on one front, you might as well try on the other one. It's a good practice for sure. And Sturm is mainly an artillery army, and they have a hard time front shifting. It's just that Sturm's push has been so slow that it's really built up a lot. Kindle's going to have a hard time busting through it due to all the losses and the base skips. So your recon got trapped. Neotank backs up, the bomber backs up, trying to preserve these units. Another bomber. There's the comm tower join. Anti-air takes out this copter. Sturm's attack here is so patient. It's like, I'll just go for this city. Slowly closing in on poor Kindle here. We have a Sturm Neotank and a Sturm medium tank. Sturm Neotanks are pretty good. I'm okay with Sturm medium tanks, but I would prefer to go like Neo and maybe even Mega. And also, I probably prefer Rocket in this kind of composition. Make the slow push even more annoying to deal with. Okay, so Sturm does have the double comm tower now, so it's just regular firepower. We do have a meteor strike. Oh no, that hurts so bad. 2 out of the 3 heavy units get hit by the Sturm Super. At this point, Sturm can just kind of walk forward and pretty much kill everything. So Sturm would not have seen that meteor fall, but Sturm can check the logs on his turn, and it'll tell him the coordinates that the meteor fell. So you're going to have a lot of confidence attacking over here. If you see that the coordinates are right in front of your army, you'll be like, oh, my opponent's resistance is all at 2. GG. That was a very slow and methodical approach from Sturm. I think the recon harassment could definitely have been better, but overall I like that. Kindle had definitely an interesting and ambitious APC opener there, which it's fine to go for APC openers. I personally like my transfer openers too. You just really don't want to do base skips while doing those because you are trying to maximize your economy when you go for those. And I wouldn't do them against Sturm because of how scary his recon pressure is. GG. I think Kindle had some nice buys. I did like the investing in the heavy units to fight Sturm. The one thing I would say to work on for sure is the base skips, because those really hurt. GG. We have Stealth Spectrum versus Wulong on Settles as Still Water version 2. Okay, I haven't... Oh, no, this is the one... There's a version 3 of this map out now. This is the one that has a lander instead of a black boat, but the middle hasn't been changed. I think I'm against Wulong in a tournament right now. Or I'm about to be. So we have Sonja, or not Sonja, Sasha versus Hawke, which is a classic matchup in Tier 1. It often comes down to Sasha kind of winning in the early game, and then as soon as Hawke gets his first power, either from Sasha messing up the power control or just letting one through, then Hawke starts to make a pretty big comeback. Usually. Now Hawke does have a day-to-day. He does have plus 10% attack to all of his units, while Sasha has that plus 100 income. And I have heard that the plus 100 income is about equivalent to the plus 10% attack, but I would say it's better. Just the more options you get for your builds, being able to either tech up quickly or have more unit count with lots of air units being built due to the extra funds is a lot better than just having 10% more attack, in my opinion. But the 10% attack is also going to be really good. Whoa, that is a gutsy move from Wulong. Doesn't finish this capture, instead moves on to this one. So this is definitely a reaction to potential recon harassment, and recon harassment's very common on this map. So this capture will finish up before the recon actually makes it there. Stealth Spectrum decides to go for this harbor capture right now, so that's going to be one turn of delay. Well, I guess 2 turns where the lander's not picking up and dropping off over here. Recon moving on over here. So going for this capture, I'm going to pick up from over here instead. That's fine. It's kind of fine. It comes down to whether or not you can actually hold this. Because if you kind of give up, if you do a city skip and then you go for the city and then your opponent just takes it from you in a couple turns, then that's just going to be way worse than just finishing the capture on this city and then never capturing the city. Especially if there's no lander follow-up yet. So this recon is going to be able to harass both of these infantry and stop the city from being captured. I do like that moving on to the forest. That's really good because otherwise the recon would strike from the forest. Yeah, we do the tank infantry drop off over here. Help hold this down. The recon for Wulong was just a little bit slower, so it's not actually here in time to harass this even without the city skip. Okay, this recon decide to just ditch over here, must be predicting the same tank drop-off that Stealth Spectrum's going for. Is the strong side still considered the strong side up here? I would still say that this is going to be usually stronger than over here, but the lander does give you a lot of flexibility as to where you want to invest everything. Wulong's going to go... Oh, Wulong's already paid repairs, so might as well continue. Oh, interesting. The tank... Because the recon left, the tank did not get picked up and dropped off by the lander. Instead, it was double infantry to help with the captures. I like that little modification. That was very nice. Lander's very sad it can't go back to this harbor from here. Okay. Tank is in place to defend this comm tower capture. We have all of the back caps kind of finishing up for both players. And then our infantry are going to have nothing to do but charge straight forward with the lander. Very nice to go straight forward over here. Try and get this comm tower. Currently, Sasha hasn't done too much harassment. He's only really done this one strike with the recon. And otherwise, it's kind of left Hawke alone. I would say that there's a little more pressure on Sasha to harass Hawke than for Hawke to harass Sasha, for sure. Although it's not like it hurts Sasha to not do it, because she can just invest her money in other things instead of some early harassment. You think this is 100% the strong side? Dang. That was a weird move. Only brought one infantry over here. It's probably just a little bit of a misordering. Okay. So Sasha might try and stop the comm tower from Hawke. We'll see. Both players are heavily investing to head out to the top. Do have the strike over here to stop the comm tower. Sasha, it looks like Sasha's not going to stop this city from potentially being captured. Or maybe infantry does move here. So only one copter's been built by Sasha. And the two main ways for Sasha to get an advantage out of her extra funds is these early tech ups and more tech ups, like this Neotank here, or by just lots and lots and lots of copters. So it looks like that Sasha is going to try and go for more beefy units rather than just kind of more units. Wulong is keeping their forces together very nicely, going for a huge push into the center, taking all three of these cities at the exact same time. And also gets a Neotank. At this point, they're even on their firepower boost because Wulong has just that base 10% attack, and now Sasha has 10% attack from having this comm tower. So Hawke's units are still going to be very effective when fighting against Sasha here. It looks like they're gearing up to stop this comm tower cap for a very long time. Neotank was brought down here, sure. So Sasha's army is very much split due to the lander drops and then sending a whole bunch of them up here. Which can be very dangerous, because if Wulong decides to, instead of trying to like camp in the middle, if Wulong decides to commit to one of these sides, joining all of the forces together to attack up here, for instance, then Sasha can find themselves in a very awkward spot, as a very good chunk of their investment is just unable to fight at all. But I don't know if Wulong would be comfortable doing that, because there's already some captures happening down here. That... Ooh, never mind. Wulong is going to let this city go. Well, if I'm in that... if I'm in this situation, I would much prefer to be getting cities like this one rather than the central cities, because the central cities are very easy to lose, where these like fringe cities are usually the more stable ones. I just confused to stop this comm tower. Have a little bit of a potential attack coming in here. There isn't any artillery or anything that's worked on this pipe seam, so there's not going to be a surprise breakthrough that kind of wipes someone out. Another Neotank. Now chilling up here in these woods. Okay, so this infantry did not move forward. I thought they might to finish off this guy. But they want to Stealth Spectrum wants to sustain this wall to protect this artillery. Oh. Might have an attempted breakthrough here. Infantry will hit the artillery. A little gutsy to attack there with the anti-air, but I think Wulong's got a read on Stealth Spectrum that the majority of the army's over here. That was a 30% chance, but they got it. Unless that tank had chip damage on it. Okay. Now this is not a super great position for Wulong currently, because Stealth Spectrum does have a Sasha power ready, and that extra 10% attack will put Stealth Spectrum at that plus 20% firepower. And here we go with the market crash. We'll also, of course, drain Wulong of this charge. So we should see a lot of destruction happen here. Wow, I'm surprised I didn't get the kill. That must have been a very healthy 6 health infantry. Okay. Break out the anti-air, in comes the copter, hit that tank. There's a Neotank over here, so Stealth Spectrum, or Wulong would love to be able to kill this tank off, but it doesn't look like it's going to be possible. See what this tank does. It just backs up and hits that infantry. That's a weird move to me, because it didn't move into range of like this Neotank or anything that can actually defend it against this opposing tank, or pretty much anything really. So instead I would have moved it over here and like healed up on the black boat or something. Okay, the comm tower is getting captured for Wulong. And Wulong also took quite a bit of charge from the attacks that Stealth Spectrum did. Probably like didn't need the charge for this Neotank strike for sure. Or you didn't need the power for that, so could have optimized that a little bit better. That's okay. It's just that Wulong's getting really close. Stealth Spectrum did a base skip, but probably should have saved some extra money to make up for the fact that they gave so much charge at the end there. And you can see that the central cities are really easy to flip. Recon does spot double recon and some tanks hiding out over here. Oh, Sasha should probably get some mechs with the T-copter, that's true. Okay, we got some Neotank strikes over here. Or copter and a Neotank. Knock this down to 4. And then we might have anti-air kills this infantry and then the tanks finish off the Neotank. I think that's probably... Well, that was actually enough money to completely drain the funds. Rest in peace, Neotank. Very nicely done by Sasha there. More anti-airs on the way as well. The central cities are definitely falling to Sasha currently. The Wulong expedition force over here that came up through the center and around did manage to secure this comm tower. It doesn't look like they'll probably be able to secure these ones because its infantry have moved out very nicely. They even have forests to hide in, try and defend these cities. Wulong is trying to contest this fight in the center, but that does not look very good to me. I think Sasha, because Sasha knows that these units can't really be much further than over here, so should feel totally free to just collapse straight down here and kill off as much as possible. I would probably keep this guy back in like this first. That is a weird move. That's a weird move because Sasha does know about... Well, I guess Sasha doesn't know about the medium tank, but does know about like, the artillery and everything. It's over here. Actually, should know about the medium. I didn't realize this is down to 40 health. So this is going to be a very bad turn for Stealth Spectrum. Probably wasn't checking the pipe seam. He's knocked down to 7. We'll have a smack around the side. All of the anti-airs left this area. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. But that's exactly the break that Wulong needed. Try and secure this area. Interesting. So instead of wrapping around and hitting the Neotank, the medium tank decided to just kill the pipe seam. And then just put an infantry in the way. That's a good point. Would that have secured the normal power? Probably not. Needs 13k, 12.5k. Does like 5 here. Which is like 5,000 fund or charge. Takes like 2. Close. If you can like sacrifice some other stuff too. Oh, the arty's already fired. Oh yeah, you could have got a medium tank first. That is true. You also like sacrifice a recon if you really. We have the market crash. All that charge. Probably didn't need the market crash to hit this copter, but that's Neotank backs up. Got some entering into some nice Neotank spam here for looks like really both players. But Sasha's gonna have a much easier time Neotank spam with 30k income versus 25. Okay. Wulong has decided to drop the Neotank over here because of the central pathway here, I assume. It does mean that there'll be a local... Well, never mind, there's only one Neotank over here. A somewhat local advantage for Stealth Spectrum. Lots of anti-airs. Now, 2 anti-airs can kill an anti-air on that road very easily. So we can see like anti-air strike. Although it would be a little bit gutsy to do so with having to go into the forest. But then this anti-air would kill this one, and then the Neotank would hit the Neotank on the road. There's no... Well, there is a recon over here, so this could be all scouted out. You have a very scary breakthrough over here, though. The artillery from Wulong gets tagged down to 1. Okay, 3 attacks. It's looking like Stealth Spectrum. Oh, the recon does spot everything. Whoa, what? There's no way that's the right move. Wulong or Stealth Spectrum must just be 100% sure that there's something in these woods. I would probably have still gone for it though, because there's an anti just chilling around doing nothing anyway, and getting that Neotank first strike. You know, you're respecting the forest. Yeah, I think you still go for it. For sure. Just because, like, the anti, like, just having the anti-air sitting around doing nothing. I guess it moved around and hit the pipe scene. But I understand respecting the forest. Well, that does mean the Stealth Spectrum was not able to use a market crash. So now we do have the Hawke normal power to try and turn the tides here. Usually how it goes in the Sasha versus Hawke matchup is the normal power does end up doing a ton of damage. Because it gives it extra stats, and it hurts everything down to 9, it heals up. Hawke stuff, as you can see, is actually doing a lot of damage. The mech from Hawke. The mech got dropped off from the farther point. How rude is that? Luckily for Stealth Spectrum here, we do have the artillery in range of this Neotank. Yeah, there's a huge swing. That's how it goes. This is still at 87, so no surprise breakthrough Neotank saying hi. The cards currently. Copter strike on the Neotank did what? 8 damage? 1 damage? Don't do that. Go beat up the tanks instead. I guess it was just because of this anti-air's in range of these guys. That makes sense. Poor artillery. War bonds? No. Stealth Spectre wouldn't war bonds. I don't know how much money war bonds would have to make it worth it. It would have to be a lot, because you're always going to be bottlenecked by your means of production for how much you can spend your money. But if you had, like, of course, if it gave you like 100,000 or something, then that would fuel a bunch of Neotank, like triple Neotank turns. I know it has to be better than not getting hit by a power, which is tough to do. Okay. Huge attack up here by Wulong. Probably what I would consider an overextension, for sure. The artillery did die over here. A nice interrupt on these captures. There goes the tank. Probably down goes this recon as well. The market crash. I'm gonna assume that secures the recon kill. That was a pretty good copter strike too. Bring our little artillery buddy over here. The question is, does Stealth Spectrum decide to attack into here? The only thing I would think you'd want to do is kill the anti-air off. You can have like the copter strike over here and then reveal the anti-air and then the Neotank strikes, but that's still really risky because you don't really have amazing information down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's not unbelievable that an anti-air would be here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they reach your copter. But instead, the copter just ran back here. Long attacking over here, very little vision. I believe he does take out this recon, which is nice. So he gets to keep healing while still contributing to the fight. Infantry. Does look like Stealth Spectrum is going to be able to hold on to these cities, though. That's what I'm saying. The central cities, they can swap very easily. These ones much harder. Okay, this Neotank is probably deadsies. You have to do 7 damage to this guy. Market crash. Anti-air doesn't reach. It does come down to the tank. It does do 7 damage. Capture stopped. Double hit on the Neotank. I would probably... You hate to see it. I would probably market crash after doing this attack, because that's generating a lot of charge. Having 2 Neotanks fighting a Neotank. Bomber, that makes sense. There's been a lot of Neotanks on the field. I don't know if stealths are banned. I don't think they are. I would, if I was Sasha, I would definitely start considering stealths, just because you have so much more money than your opponent. Although maybe not when the city's being captured. Ooh, we have a rocket from Wulong. Does get dropped off here really quickly. Okay, so Neotank harassment. Guys are gonna be able to run away. A transport copter from Wulong, and a whoa! What did Wulong buy? Single Neotank? Double base skip for a single Neotank? Stealth Spectrum would never. Try to get this capture. Have a lot of vehicles being sent in to interrupt, which is not what you usually want to do. You'd like to instead have infantry be able to interrupt. But we do get to kill this medium tank off, which is nice. And the T-Copter is used as a blocker. And another market crash. Boom, almost all of that charge. Very weird that the Neotank got bought over here, rather than someone that could get loaded into the lander. So it must, or just have a bit more movement down here. Usually Neotanks are built so that they get to the front lines really quickly. Very weird. Oh. Huge breakthrough here for Wulong. Be able to kill the transport copter too. Does get to hit this artillery as well. Attacks the Neotank. Oh, Wulong's got a resign. I was gonna say Wulong has plans of getting a normal power here. I mean, all of these base skips were really devastating for sure. Because the infantry count is definitely not good for Wulong currently. It's 7 with 3 of them being just built. And this anti-air, it does have... Oh no, it doesn't. Oh no, I see. The anti-air only has one fuel. It can't reach. It can only move to here or here. I see. Now, that makes this Neotank very sad. And there's no way you're gonna get the Hawke power there. Big sad. If only this was a black boat. Instead it's a lander. Useless lander. Cannot refuel stuff. Poor guy. That guy ran around a lot. 5 shots. 1 fuel. GG. That was a very good Sasha versus Hawke game. You got to see that one Hawke power, it slips through, and it's always a huge swing. Oh, we have a content game. What's content and fluffy? It's going to be a game on the website. So, 1 second here. As we have to set this up. Be right back. It has to be on the website because it's one of the tournament games for the Quack Cup number 2 with their fancy tile sets. Also upload it onto the website first. Okay. This is the right. Hey. You did not play it because it made your eyes hurt. That's understandable. Okay. That's the perfect zoom in. You guys get to be big. Big chat time, yeah. Okay, we have... Wow. We have Content 725 with Kindle and Fluffy with Drake Kindle. This is round 2 of the Quack Cup 2, which is just Shadows Chase You Endlessly, rotated 90 degrees, and a bridge stuck in the middle. So, this is the real Content 725. The God Killer. It's not? It's not the real content? Aww. This isn't the tournament game? This is live 5+2 minutes? But this is the real content. Why are you guys playing a live... This is like a practice game then? Now the middle tile, I'm pretty sure it's a road. Is it always a bridge? Maybe it is always a bridge. Pretty sure it's a road. Yeah. This is the change. Okay. It is a road on the original. Okay, okay. So yes, the bridge is a change. When JJ made this map, he was like, I hate coal. And so he nerfed coal and no one else. I know. I don't know why JJ hated coal. Coal needs all the help he can get. If anything, these bridges should be turned into roads. As our and same with all these shoals. Let's change this map completely. Okay, so this is a live game between Fluffy and Content on the tournament map, and they've decided to use tournament COs. So that's good. That's good to keep in mind. I can't use the same hotkeys that I use on the other thing. I don't think I've ever seen Content play on this map. But I don't know what happened. Let's try that again, shall we? Okay, forward, forward. Fluffy giant head. There we go. Both players moving around with the black boats as one would expect. They get to be very annoying and block the way. Like so. If you don't block the way, then they just stop their city capture and they walk out to the central island and get the airport really fast. Oh, JJ just copied it. Well, it was JJ's decision to include it. Could have requested that the bridge gets changed. Okay. Fluffy immediately swapped away from Drake onto Kindle, which makes sense. Does mean that the Blackwood's not going to have as much movement. Content really forcing this central idea, the central island idea, rather than going for even like this capture right away. Fluffy's like, I don't care about that central island. It does force Content to walk the long way around. Oh no, never mind. Content makes it to this airport. I see the Content ploy. So the idea is, no matter where the black boat goes, one of these infantry can get in range to capture the airport next turn, and then the other one can go for this capture. Very fancy. It does hurt a tiny bit, but not so much. Fluffy starts moving back to this harbor, or to be in range. Usually you don't move this far. You move to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because you might not want to go back to this harbor. You might want to use the black boat to block something important. So instead of moving here, you move here. You just move in range of going to the harbor. I don't think there's any delay to the tank because you don't have another base to build from, but it's not that big of a deal even if you did delay the tank. A lot of these captures are kind of in range of a base anyway, so the early tank isn't going to be a huge deal. Does decide to go down here, or we do the artillery buy in response to the tank buy. We have this black boat just chilling on the harbor, which hopefully won't end up getting hit by an urban blight in the future for it. It's probably not a punish to have that happen. Content's trying to put a lot of pressure on this airport capture. I think that Fluffy can't quite do it. The infantry and the artillery are both fighting for this spot. Fluffy could base skip to kill this black boat. I don't know if that actually one-shots when it's on shoal because there's no column tower bot. The Fluffy does have to go into this position, which is not what Fluffy would prefer. Having both infantry here would be nicer, because now this guy can't go for a capture. Ooh, and we have the recon harassment coming from Content. And I assume we're going to see a battlecopter being built. There we go. Infantry battlecopter. Okay, we're about to find out how much content's willing to sacrifice. This is not a great setup for fluhfie. But we're about to find out how much content's willing to sacrifice to stop this artillery, this airport. This isn't a great setup for fluhfie. For some reason, swapped over to Drake. Because Kindle can just one-shot this infantry with this tank, and then the artillery can come in. Or not the artillery, the recon can come in and interrupt this airport in a very mean way. Because I'm pretty sure this will one-shot, plus 40% firepower. It is on the planes. I mean, also possible that content's not going to go for it. I could be wrong. Wait, I actually have the damage calculator here. I don't have to just... Oh, it's a roll. Oh, okay. Okay. It does take the comm tower to one-shot those... Oh, I'm in the way. Those infantry. 94 to 102. It would be a really nasty blowout. So it is a perfectly great setup. Face blue smiling. Why isn't it reading that anymore? I mean, it's probably fine to go for anyway for content. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, because the recon can still interrupt this airport either way. Does go for it. It does still interrupt. It's just, if this kills here, it's like completely game over. Because the recon hits this airport capture, and then the artillery still gets to fire on this tank. But now it's blocking this tank from hitting this recon, and then the black boat stops the tank from wrapping around, and it's just like completely GG. I don't know why the emotes are broken either. I hope you guys can. I hope you can see them in the YouTube chat. I just don't see them. Okay. You have them joined together. Content moving on down here, or the fluhfie's moving on down for some central pressure. It's not a huge deal. You do have the anti-air. You can see it's strained, having to protect both these sides. Oh, it's a YouTube bug. Oh, okay. Well, we do have both vehicles are sacrificed in order to 5, 6 to stop this airport capture. So that's going to be really annoying for fluhfie. But it's not the end of the world. I mean, this infantry can still walk over here, and this tank doesn't actually threaten anything because this tank's just going to move up and kill this recon, and then this artillery kills this tank. So, while content will have denied this airport, it's definitely not at no cost. Losing 2 vehicles is rough. Oh no. So this anti-air is guarding up here, but it's no longer able to guard down here. fluhfie was just going to kill off that infantry so that content can get those captures. We have a medium tank being built. Left gaming. Everyone's got the broken emotes. It's so sad. I'm so glad Inkagark isn't here to see that. He's a legend with the emotes. Okay, so content's got a pretty nice income lead out of this. So far, the tag COs hasn't mattered. They've just been chilling on Kindle, of course. And the copter harassment has been very, very nice. Compton's going to get a really big income lead once these finish. And Fluffy will only have this single infantry to capture everything over here, with priority put on the airport and then probably the comm tower. Very smart to start sending more guys over here for sure. For some reason, this artillery does not stick onto the city. I guess it might be worried about an urban blight. Maybe it's just overkill to have the artillery fire from the city. Why on site? It's because this map. If I look at this map on the replay viewer, it's just going to be a normal map. Whoa, Fluffy goes straight into the rocket. Nope. Oh, Lots' capture is finished. That's what happened there. Okay. Content at 24 income against 19. The Neotank moving forward. This black boat is down to 25 fuel. It's still doing a good job. This rocket is going to be really annoying if it can get in a good position. The one thing that Content can do, and it looks like Content is doing, to kind of ruin Fluffy's day over here in a big way, is to just have copters come over. Because then the coast is no longer, like any of these shoal tiles, and just being anywhere on the coast of this island is no longer safe, because the copter will be able to strike, which means there's just very few places that the rocket will be able to go to. Okay, but the airport does get captured here. Whoa. Oh, okay, I was like, the Neotank could come in here, but the rocket is covering. Fluffy starts moving some infantry over here to potentially go for these captures. You can see how many anti-air have to be built to just defend against these copters. It's arguably even worth it for the copter to sacrifice itself in here, because there's going to be a while before an infantry will be able to make it over. I guess this guy would just go back and heal while the anti-air comes over. So probably not. You'd have to be really desperate to deny your opponent come. The thing that's Content kind of missed out here is these Neotank buys are probably not great in comparison to have been buying stealths this whole time, when there was this nice income lead, and then also there wasn't an airport online. There would be literally nothing that Fluffy would be able to do against stealths, rather than Neotanks, or Neotank. You can use the Drake powers, maybe? True. Okay, so we have a pretty strong force moving in over here. Kind of both players do. Content still has a nice income lead, but Fluffy is going to finally catch up in the comm tower. For some reason, Fluffy keeps swapping off of Kindle, which I don't understand, because this is actively making the copter weaker. And it doesn't just make it weaker for this turn, it also Content goes for the comm tower denial. That's a gutsy play. It also makes it weaker for next turn. You want to charge your Drake? Yeah, I don't know about that. Usually I would keep the Drake in the back. You know, you'll charge up eventually. Because otherwise you'll get into really dangerous situations where you'd really like to be Kindle and you end up being Drake. Too long. Artillery interrupt here. I assume the rocket's going to shoot the tank. Very nice. Gonna hit the Neotank. Kill off that. Then we have the bomber by outside of the range of this anti-air. Very important. There can be an urban blight, but that's not a huge deal. It's just going to be like repair costs for the most part. That is... This is very unhappy fluhfie right here. Leaving the artillery exposed to be hit from the comm tower. I guess the 5 health Neotank doesn't really want to do it, so it's okay. The anti-air army now has its sights on the Content airport. This poor infantry is just left to die. It's a sacrifice you're willing to make. How to do better. Well, I'm assuming you don't want to have an infantry here because you're worried about this artillery firing. Yep, double Kindle. It's Kindle Urban Blight every turn. Ooh, that poor medium tank. Absolutely stomped on. Do break through here. I think both of those copters die. Although I think after those copters die, there's no way fluhfie can hold this position. Copter, ooh, oh no! I didn't see that either. The copter gets hit by this, or the rocket gets hit by this copter. That would be something you have to block with your own copter. Oh no. According to plan. I'm not a huge fan of your plan. I mean, you are going to get your Drake super. Sus planning. So, here we're going to see Contents entering the infinite Kindle normal power Urban Blights. Because you just swap every turn and you keep generating charge rather than normally when you have your power active and you don't generate any charge on that turn. But it does mean that the units also lose the +10/+10 to stats. Copter goes down. It's like, I'm going to assume there was unfortunately no way to make it to the bomber. This bomber ditches. It's like, I'm gonna go center. Okay. Have a nice copter strike, and then the infantry can follow this up. Okay, so the rain does stick around if fluhfie swaps off of Drake here, which they did. And so fluhfie no longer has the stat boost, but the rain still exists, and the rain does slow down vehicles over planes. So I think this comm tower will be guaranteed. Well, no, it's not actually going to be guaranteed because Content can just use Urban Blight to stop it. Another Urban Blight. For anti-air. Oh my gosh! The infantry got that kill? That's a disgusting roll. Ooh, all 3 of the anti-airs get hit. fluhfie's having a rough time over here on this island. Content does attack the infantry guarding the capture on the comm tower. And we do swap. According to plan. Okay, so Fluffy could go for a high society. It just goes for an Urban Blight. Bomber does get to kill an anti-air, which you'd love to do. There's a nice copter strike over here. Ooh. Also, oh, I glitched it. Well, the artillery shot and killed that tank. Fluffy backing up. I do like the backup. Rocket decides to shoot the black boat. I don't know about that. I think that's just giving charge to content. Okay, the tank did vanish at the end of the turn there. Now Fluffy swapped back to Drake, trying to get enough charge for another Drake super. We do have another Urban Blight, as we're going to have an Urban Blight every turn. Such as the tag. Wait, was that a 3 health anti-air? The 3 health anti-air did 8? It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Why does Kindle get 2 bonuses off of Urban Blight? I don't understand. Okay. Okay, island super secured for content here. This one still fighting its good fight. This bomber is living its high life. Okay. Fluffy could maybe get the... Whoa! What? Fluffy switched to the old interface here. Or something. Okay, so next action is this whole turn. So continue falling back over here. The bomber does come back. Comm tower is secure. This city Fluffy ends up going for. Gets a tiny bit of charge. Decides to stay on Drake. Builds a medium tank. Try and match this medium tank, I assume. It looks like Fluffy might stabilize on this island. It's a live... That's right. I forgot this is a live game. Hey, this black boat's been doing a great job. I'm surprised the content has not been able to spare a copter. Because a copter can just come down and one-shot this. Okay, content definitely threatening to overextend, but does go for these cities. Falls back over here. Decides to end the turn with an Urban Blight. And then swap away, I assume. Swap, swap. Okay, we do have the copter being built. I'm ready to see this plan. Oh. We have a sacrifice. We have a bomber kill. We got a sacrifice. We've got the Drake Typhoon. Kill the medium tank? That has to be a roll. Oh, no. That hurts so much. We all know that Fluffy could have done it, but wasn't willing to go that extra mile and send the 2 health infantry in. Even took a damage in retaliation. That's just so much. Average luck would have killed. Okay, that's not very likely then. Fluffy does resign off of that. I mean, it wasn't looking good regardless of that, but GG. Well played. You got to see the importance of these islands. I think content probably could have won sooner if they gone for a stealth over Neotank, but it was still very good harassment from content. GG. Almost had the just complete game-ending kill here if the tank had high rolled, of course. Well played. And we got to see Content's fancy little setup here. Instead of going for this capture right away, having it set up so the black boat can't stop the airport capture. Fluffy's both 2 times Kindle and Green Earth. And Rex is super biased. The B-boat blocking the port, yeah, it's... I mean, it's like it's fine. But the black boat can definitely do other things. Alright, I'm gonna transition back. Hey! Okay, so that was Content versus Fluffy. Next we have Vincarius versus Poland. Sasha versus Hawke. Another Sasha versus Hawke. I'm not sure who sent this in. Let's see if I can quickly try and look through my many messages here. Either that or I'll just make someone roll ice. Oh, that's the number on this. 824594. Okay, this is sent in by Poland. Poland gave this replay a title. He called it Counterpick. Lots of Sasha today, yeah. Never too much Sasha. Called it Counterpick. The next one that I will put into the queue after this one finishes is called a Trial of Restraint. Okay. So this is... I don't think this map is in the rotation anymore. But you see there is a choice you have for how you want to capture these bases. You can either finish this one and then move on to this one, or you can just try and go for both of these at the same time. I prefer going for both of these at the same time because this forward base is a lot more powerful, so getting this online faster is better. It looks like both players are going to do that, they're just going about it in different ways. Like so. Okay, we have a tank, very early tank from Sasha. From way back here. It's almost going to be... It's almost slower than just finishing this capture and building a tank, but it is a little bit faster. And it'll start putting pressure on Poland, which is a good idea. If you can try and lock down this one base, especially if you can stop these central captures from happening, then be very good. So this does force a tank out of Poland. So So very nice play from Sasha there. And then we have more tank follow-up. Ooh, we have a backwards tank here. Now, the big difference between the tank being bought here and being bought here is that if it was bought here, it would be chained with this tank. They would be pretty much always linked together, covering each other. This tank, you can see, is not chained to this tank. It's 2 tiles away. So if this tank keeps moving forward at its max move, it will not be covered. But it should be okay because its most likely target is going to be down here. And when this tank moves here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it will then be covering him. So hopefully that should be fine. And it does give Vincarius a nice forward infantry to use. And you can see Poland has lots of infantry over here as the vehicles have been forced on the 1 base side. And it looks like Poland is thinking about attacking, using these infantry. This is one of the things you can do on this map, is to send your infantry over to your 1 base side to try and stabilize it through a very long journey through the center. Okay, looks like Vincarius was not feeling the attack over here. It would invite this tank first strike. And then you'd have follow-up tank, and then your tank would follow up, and then your other tank would try and hit as well. Although maybe this infantry just gets in the way too much. But that does mean that Poland gets to go for this comm tower. Ooh, and a very nice buy from Poland. I was going to say that Vincarius is about to have that 20% firepower, so these 2 tanks would be able to guarantee kill this tank. But this copter is actually covering against this. Like, you can still do it. It's just that the copter and this tank get to punish really nicely, and there isn't an anti-air built to stop that from happening. So Poland has done a very good job of holding off this tank pressure from Vincarius, and didn't actually end up sending a whole bunch of infantry across, at least not yet. So, I mean, given that opening that Vincarius went for, this is an amazing start for Poland, getting these central properties, even getting these harbors without being stopped. And now there's just a bunch of infantry over here. You can see Poland is not so worried as Vincarius seems to be about these fights. This tank is just not in range, so this is only going to suffer a single tank strike back. It's going to be her. It's going to be 8-4 with anti-air follow-up. But it is also going to delay this capture. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Poland going for this. It is going to delay the capture for like 2 turns. This is more something I would do if my opponent didn't have a ton of infantry that could just go for the capture soon after. Ooh, we have a cheeky surround over here. It doesn't quite work, because these guys over here are not very healthy. Did something die over here? Oh, there wasn't infantry. Isolated from his friends. Poland gets it and then uses this copter very nicely to block. 4, 5, 6. Although this tank still dies if Vincarius wants to go for it, which I would highly recommend. We'll see what this Poland tank does to try and stop it. Does nothing. Okay, well, if Vincarius should definitely start attacking down here then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The copter can stop the capture without dying. Ooh, we have the 1 health infantry wars. Always a dangerous thing. Okay, lots of infantry is kind of scattered back here. Although Poland's done a much better job with these backwards captures than Vincarius has. But Vincarius has 1 more central capture currently. Does chase down that tank. I approve. The anti-air coming over here. Lots of tank follow-up and then lots of infantry follow-up. So we'll see if Poland is able to actually hold this area. It's looking a little iffy for sure. The artillery coming over is a great idea for Vincarius. This tank did decide to attack here. It is covered by only one other tank. But that one other tank can attack from the city or from here. Oh, this is the brutal 1 health battles. Gone. That infantry even gets to survive. It's a champion. It's won 2 1 health battles, one as an attacker and one as a defender. This copter is on the run. You have a medium tank built over here. Okay. So at this point, Vincarius can pretty much clear out this area vehicle-wise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't reach the copter, but you can go like tank, infantry, and then yeah, you know, tank, infantry, and then oh my gosh, this tank. I guess it has to be this infantry. Oh, that's not great. But yeah, you can have a tank strike and then an infantry strike to kill this off, and then you can have your other tank hit here, and then the anti-air kills off this tank. You prefer to not have to use this infantry, so you could have that infantry potentially start going for the city cap. Oh, the anti-air didn't go for this hit. The anti-air should like 100% go for this hit. That's okay. Very patient infantry over here, covered by the artillery. Oh no. There's no market crash. It carries buy-in stuff. No market crash this turn. That seems... I guess it's okay. It's a little bit daring. For sure. I'll assume that the 1 health infantry died. I'll assume that Vincarius looked through all of the possible little sacrifices. Looks like Poland's not going to go for it. To make sure there's no way for Hawke to get that power. Vincarius having to fall back really far here. Axe over here. Got the infantry. I would prefer... I'm going to assume the Vincarius is going to use the power here. And I prefer to hold off on the infantry fights until after the market crash gets used. Because infantry fights generate very little charge for your opponent, but the stats matter a lot for them. So it's just a fun Go7 Sasha tip, I guess. Oh my gosh. No market crash. There is no way that Poland can't get the power here. Well, I guess Poland's not going for it. Wow. Poland does not want to use that Hawke power. You have some captures going on over here. Maybe it's just lulling Vincarius into a false sense of security. It's like, well, if you didn't use the market crash that turn, you're probably not going to use it on the next turn. No. Vincarius does market crash this time. Okay. An attack over here. Poland does get the kill there. I don't think that's guaranteed. No, it's plus 40%. He is Hawke, so maybe it is guaranteed. But that infantry had bomb bolt defenses. A big old cluster of units over here. The artillery are sadly not covering this. So it might be possible for Poland to maintain control over this comm tower, which would be really nice. We'll see. Vincarius is definitely attacking over here, and then just kind of chilling back here. Does this open these harbors up to being captured by Poland? Let's kill off that infantry too. Attacks in here, takes out that infantry. Almost all of the infantry on the weak side from Vincarius are taken out. Captures do happen, so is this one. It's a lot to have to deal with. Lots of threats coming out of Poland. We do have the bomber built over here as well. Gonna force Vincarius to build more anti-air, otherwise potentially just die. This medium tank did get trapped though, so Vincarius gets a really nice kill here. Hasn't decided to go for it yet. Get a breakthrough. There isn't an artillery over here, so the Neotank can somewhat attack here with impunity. What? Sasha copter decides to charge in. That might be a misclick for playing quickly. That wanted it for the market crash. Oh, for this strike. That's not going to be good though. The problem with that is you didn't have enough money, so now Poland gets to use the power. Okay, well, very fancy play over there. If Vincarius had a lot more money in the bank, that could potentially have worked out for one doing this attack first, so that Poland doesn't start the turn with a Hawke normal power online on a turn that you market crash. That hurts. I can see that, trying to kill off this anti-air and then building a bomber instead. Yeah, Poland just goes straight for that black wave. I mean, you might as well. It's going to do a lot of damage, and it's also going to set all of these infantry at 9 health, slow down all of these possible captures. So it did almost 20,000 and healed like 3,000 or 4,000. Very importantly, it heals up this Neotank, so now that medium tank dies. And now all these units are nice and weak. Also a Hawke with triple comm tower. So a lot of firepower online here. Although Vincarius has a pretty good situation going for this attack over here. So they're almost just swapping sides. But Vincarius is going to have a really hard time with that now because all of these infantry just got hit down to 9. So the captures are going to be really slow. Does lock this down. Can't get the kill. Really needs to join these two together so that they can go for the comm tower capture. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think that Poland can kill this Neotank, so I think these copters are safe. Vincarius is going to have to buy a lot of vehicles over here to try and stabilize. Artillery just gets killed by the 2 health infantry. Very sad anti-air. I think just gets to kill that tank fairly safely. A Neotank first strike over here. I'm not super sold on that for Poland. I feel like you prefer to be healing up your Neotank on this city. But it does put a lot of pressure on Vincarius because the artillery does cover this. And the bombers just leaving this side like, I'm out of here. Okay. Have a market crash. Oop, there goes all of those funds. Or not funds, that charge. And medium tank is taken out. Really cursed. Oh, it lives at 1. That's actually really sad because now if Poland gets the power, it can just kill this tank. Here we're gonna start seeing this 9 health matter a lot. Look at all of these captures it's delaying. There we go. Now they're joined together. This should happen last turn. Get the comm tower. A medium tank and a copter. Trying to overload the anti-airs, I guess. That's really an unfortunate situation because the artillery is already staring at that medium tank on by. Anti-air gets a nice hit. Bomber's coming on over. The bomber is not really needed, but it's, you know, it's a lot safer over here than over here for sure. There's the mega tank. That's the kind of thing that you kind of have to do to stop your opponent from taking your base. There are 2 artillery over here for Vincarius. Starts capturing. Oh my gosh, so many of these captures are interrupted to stand around this mega tank. That's very iffy. Does join those copters together and these infantry. This is for a triple base skip mega tank, I assume. I know mega tanks don't cost 28, do they? They do cost 28. Oh, they cost as much as a battleship. For some reason, I didn't think they shared prices like that. That's fine. Yeah, it's triple base skip. But it does stop this base from being captured, which is important. Although this bomber is now going to be really annoying. Now, bombers don't like super deal with mega tanks. They do like 3. Poland is gonna sack for the power, I guess. There we go. We do have the black wave. It does stop the comm tower. This black wave isn't as scary as the last one. It's still scary though. It's still gonna do like 20k and healed what, like 3k, 2k. Healed surprisingly little, but it's not as devastating as the last one because these infantry are already knocked down to 9. But it's still good. Ooh, the HQ forcing a reaction over there. Vincarius has to spend a ton of money repairing this mega tank. Now, mega tanks are very resistant to indirect fire, as you can see. We have a market crash. Okay. Try to beat up this medium tank and save the HQ. So that's a very sketchy move because there is an artillery here. This might be a resign from Vincarius. That was a very iffy move. Well, this is going to get blown out because the bomber can just kill off the anti-air, and then this kills with this tank. And you just ignore the base. Mega Tank being very smart and killing off the infantry so they can't go for captures. There goes the anti-air. This tank has been supporting this airport successfully. We do have a base skip, but Vincarius is down 8k, 10 properties. That's a lot of income. Does get this airport, and continues to try and get. She, I guess, has released the mega tank. Builds an anti-air over here. Does get to sneak on through and hit this artillery. Actually, still got this comp tower. That was two turns. They're actually going for the race. Kinda. Poland is now going to get this city. Or not the city, the airport. Oh, the base can now be captured. Actually did 5 damage. Well, that's because it's Hawke with double comp tower. So 30% firepower. Okay, and a bunch of Neotanks coming in here. It looks like this is super GG. This base is not close to falling whatsoever. See if we can build another mega tank. You have a bomber being built, as we saw over here. Bomber's not quite the GG unit against mega tanks, but Vincarius resigns. GG. There's definitely some sketchy plays. I liked Vincarius's opening. I think they had to be have a little more gusto with it to make the pressure really hurt. But I did like that very fast tank to put Poland in a very awkward position. Yeah, you gotta be really. It's tough playing Sasha and then having to constantly manage your opponent's charge and all that. It is very tough, but very well played by Poland. Okay, then we have EnVictus. Playing Super 5125 on Overflow. Sami versus Andy. Hey. I know this map. I played Sami on this map. Except that was Sami versus Kindle, but Sami versus Andy was definitely going to be a possibility for sure. So let's see how this works out. I don't know who sent this in. Let's do a very quick check to see if I can find out. I don't think I can see it. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to assume that's Super 5125. As I've seen more of their games. They get to be the Penguins. That's the only difference. Yellow Comet versus the Penguins. Let's go. Now, I did play this map as Sami. When I played it, I went for this capture first over this one. Although I was in player 2 spot instead of player 1, so that'd be different. But I went for a lot of transports and going very mech heavy. We do have the fast APC from EnVictus over here, also going very fast for this airport. I know, we're beating back the backlog. Ooh, Super 5125 as Andy is also going with an APC opener. So I was really happy in my game when my opponent went for like a matching opener to me, because Sami just has better transports due to the +1 movement. And as you can see, even right away, it matters, is Sami gets to drop off in this forest, which sets up for this capture right away. Andy doesn't get to do that. But Super 5125 going for another APC, so very fast double APC from the central base. And then, interestingly, EnVictus comes back with this APC. Now, I don't agree with this move, and the reason why is because when I was playing as Sami, I really wanted my APCs to get on this side of the river ASAP, because I don't want to have to walk down here and then get unloaded over here. I'd like to walk up over the river and then have the entire map to as my playground. So I'm not a huge fan of walking backwards here, but it will set up a load into here, and then you can drop off here or here, so that you can go for the city capture, I guess. You like the AP? Yeah, I think I don't remember how I built the APC over here, but yeah, an APC over here makes sense too, to kind of slingshot yourself up here. But very important to go for this airport quickly, which both players did, because the transport copters are very strong on this map. So double APCs from both players. Got the transport copters on their way, and then just a bunch of infantry. So I would prefer, if I'm playing against Sami, to not try and match Sami's transport capabilities with APCs. You can do it with transport copters, sure, as long as you're not trying to go for any of these islands. The Sami will beat you there no matter what. So instead, I would open recons as Andy in this game to really put the pressure on Sami to protect all of the infantry. That's not a very easy task. Sami can, like, once the transport copters are up and running and the APCs are on this side of the river, then she can pick up the mechs and then guard against the recons. But until then, that's not a huge possibility. I do like how Super 5125 is going into these battle copters very quickly, because Sami does beat you to these corners, as you can see, just because Sami makes it to both of these corners in 3 turns, and it takes everyone else 4 turns. But if you have battle copters supporting you, then it doesn't matter if Sami gets there first. You can just beat her up. So at this point, Sami has to start investing into fighters to catch up, because a fighter makes it here in 2 turns, so it can actually beat the battle copters and hold them back, because it doesn't super matter if a battlecopter hits a Sami capturing infantry once, since it's Sami, and it gets like knocked down to 5 or something, finishes its capture, and then gets healed up to 7, and then can still capture in 2 turns. But if it gets hit twice, like when 2 battlecopters are on their way, then you're in a lot of trouble. Or if you're against someone like Kindle, who can hit you a lot harder. Okay, so we do have. See, this is the kind of thing I would not like to have when playing as Sami, especially early on. I would like these guys already having been transported out. Ooh. Maybe decides to go for this infantry on infantry strike rather than getting picked up and dropped over here. So this does delay these potential captures for Andy. And now we do have Sami starting to pick up that huge conga line and move it out over here. And straight into the battlecopters. Using battlecopters to match battlecopters will be kind of spicy, because Andy battlecopters are going to be very happy to take on those fights. For sure. And Andy does decide to just drop off over here with the 5 health infantry. Might as well. It's going to force Sami to stop you. So it's going to take like 4 turns to take the city, but whatever. That doesn't super matter, because this is forcing Sami to use a battlecopter to stop you, because you can't drop an infantry off here. If there's an infantry on the island, it's occupying the one space you could drop off. So this is really sacrificing. I mean, you're either going to get the city, or you're going to get to kill a battlecopter for a 5 health infantry, which is always a nice deal, even in high funds. Okay. There isn't much support over here for Andy yet. The tanks are on their way. And the mech count for Sami up here is just a single mech. But another one's going to be picked up soon. Really low transport copter count for Sami. Instead of investing in a bunch of battlecopters, I would get more transport copters, because they're going to be better than APCs, especially when you can like come up and unload next to a black boat and get repaired and refueled. And instead, I would encourage to invest in fighters, because fighters are so much faster. You can delay buying them longer, and then they can still catch up and fight the opposing battlecopters right away. Ooh. Super 5125 is getting greedy. Wants to bring over a full health infantry. But yeah, the fighter is faster, so you can build more transport copters while still being able to get some nice anti-air presence against opposing battlecopters. And also, you're not really sad if your fighters get taken out. You're kind of happy as Sami, because they give you a lot of charge. And getting a victory march while you have like 30 or 40 foot soldiers is really good. We do have an anti-air sneak in here and take out Andy mech. Andy is going to be really sad in this matchup when it comes to the foot soldiers, because with double comm tower, Sami gets a lot of one-shots with like mechs against infantry and infantry against infantry when you're dealing with the shoals. And then because this is a very exposed comm tower, if during a victory march Sami captures that, then suddenly all of her infantry can pretty much one-shot your infantry on plains and below, which means that Andy won't have those residual units to soldiers. Where usually he would. A little bit of a breakthrough over here. Ooh, that's more what you expect to see when it's this one. Sami does have the double time. Oh no! What? It should still be fine. I can see you guys talking. It hasn't said that we're good. We back? Okay. Don't scare me. Yeah, it doesn't even give me a notification of oh no, it is. That's disconnected, attempting to reconnect a few seconds ago. Okay. Just a few seconds. Okay, we good. Alright, we have Neotank, Andy. These big vehicles are going to be really good. Get Neotank from Sami. The Sami Neotanks will of course be good because they have a lot of firepower, so the minus 10% that she gets isn't a huge deal, especially when you have 2 comm towers. And they are very good at being able to front switch between foot soldier armies. We get the mech strike on a tank, almost one-shots it. APC gets taken out, which is really sad for Andy, because the APCs are amazing blockers against Sami. A very strong attack in here with these the mech strikes. This tank does get to hit this anti-air and can hit it from over here too, which means that the mech would have to get a double time at least to hit it. This is a little bit of an overextension, I would say, for Sami, but we do have the two mechs in this little ball are very nice, but I think it is still an overextension just because Andy super gives that +1 movement, and now this copter can come up and just decimate this mech, and then this tank can also come around and take out this mech, and then suddenly the anti-vehicle capabilities of this army are just nothing, and the tanks will just swarm over it. So I think Super 5125 is about to have a huge blowout. Oh, doesn't actually use this guy reach? No. Doesn't use this tank to go after this mech. Wow, okay, I guess we're not going to use the Andy power to just like wreck this army. But that's okay. Knocks it down to 4. 4 is not enough to stop the capture. Ooh, gets to take out a transport. A Sami transport, though. That's a big deal. Because for Sami to maintain these faraway fronts using mechs and foot soldiers, you need to be able to transport these guys. Like, these APCs and this transport copter all being used as blockers up here means that for like the next 5 turns, there's going to be no foot soldier reinforcements. You have to get a lot out of using those guys as blockers. Especially if they die, it's really bad. The APC, of course, has an awful time getting over here, and the airport is kind of tied down to matching your opponent's airport for buy. So I think Andy had a better attack over here, but that's okay. It's still pretty good. Now, EnVictus does have the potential for a victory march here, but there isn't a great setup for, because there isn't like a huge ball of units and like mech supporting it. There isn't any really safe victory march targets besides like this one. So a lot like this capture, for instance, that's not safe. This capture, that's not safe. This capture may be safe. It's kind of borderline, but unless this kind of wins the game, which it's not going to, on the capture count, it's going to hurt, because like these captures, you took them, but your opponent's just going to kill your infantry and then take the city back. So you only get like 2 turns. Maybe even, no, you only get 1 turn of income out of it. So it looks really, really tempting. But unless you can actually back it up, you're actually just throwing away an infantry. You really don't want to do it, Sami. Okay, we do with the fighter production start though. Also, if you can get the comm tower, you usually want to do that first, but that's okay. That's a nice take of the comm tower for sure. Okay. I mean, it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. So Andy's down to 42k. You can still build a lot of stuff with 42k. And actually back up to 48k. Just like that. And we're going to see how much stuff that Sami's sent in dies. I think it's going to be pretty much everything. This copter probably shouldn't have hit this mech, because I think the Neotank can just take it out. Okay, comm tower starts getting captured. victory gets taken out, the city starts being captured. This one's probably safe. This one ends up being safe because I think one thing too many went away from over here. I think this is something that Andy could have taken back, but that's something they can take back in a couple of turns, I guess. So it's not too bad now for Sami. Only 2 of the places were a complete wipe, and one of them is the comm tower, so that's always worth probably losing a unit overtaking. This Neotank's moved on forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's in range of the Andy Neotank, which is not something you really want to do. The Neotanks kind of had 2 jobs. One is to stop your opponent from just charging into you with heavy vehicles that your mechs don't want to fight. And 2, they're a great source of charge for when you want to surprise with a victory march. Or like a double time or something. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think. Well, for 5125 might not be able to get the Andy Super. Maybe this will hold and keep the Neotank safe. Decided to send the infantry in to delay this comm tower, but delay it for a turn. Looks like the Neotank isn't going to bother charging in here, but there's something that Andy can do here that Sami can't do, and that is put Neotanks in dangerous positions. Like, as long as it's just one Neotank, maybe like a couple tanks, hitting an Andy Neotank, doesn't super care. You hit his Neotank, and then he just heals it up and then beats you up. So over here, like, this Neotank doesn't have to hide. It's like, what is Sami going to do to it with this composition? The answer is nothing. You have the Mega Tank. Now, Mega Tanks do one-shot infantry, and they don't use ammo to kill infantry. So they don't have that same weakness that they do against vehicles. This city is being captured. This one will soon fall back into Andy's hands. It's looking pretty decent for Sami. There's only the few captures that I think were a little iffy. But as long as the foot soldier count manages to stay healthy, then Sami can progressively get more and more captures off of the victory marches. Now down to an 8k income lead for Sami. The copter does attack in here. We might see Andy attack in here with the Neotank and Anti-Air. No. Sending that copter in. Okay. We do have the threat of copters killing off this infantry on the island, but there isn't a transfer copter over here. There's no follow-up to actually take this island from Sami. Similarly over here, I guess this transfer copter is on its way. We do have a Sami bomber and mega tanks. Okay. So the mega tanks are going to not really care about that minus 10% firepower to vehicles that Sami gets because they do so much damage. But they are going to be really, really scared of fighting the Andy mega tanks. They'll be able to heal and get +1 movement. Both players are also going to have to start buying some more APCs if they want to, like this very nice buy, if they want to actually support all of these mega tanks. Okay, we have a break in here. This is what I was talking about. The Neotanks for Andy can kind of do this. Like, it doesn't matter that Sami gets Neotank strike out of this and like some tank strikes. It's not going to kill Andy Neotank, so it just heals up. You got Mega Day 12 as Andy? Very nice. More megas. Okay, it looks like this transport copter it got refueled here. It's going to go for the long journey to take this island. Not a huge fan of these infantry moving up like this. They don't have much support, so I think this is giving Sami a chance to pick some off. Could be wrong. Yeah, Sami attacks in. Huge attack. The fighter is hittable by this anti-air, which is pretty good news for Andy. It will give Sami like a victory march, essentially. But it's a lot harder for Sami to repair these fighters than it is for Andy. Although, there's a fighter up here, so I think this fighter can actually die. Anti-air over here, too. Oh my gosh. I killed that. Okay, well, I think this is actually going to be... I think the bomber and fighter coming in here is going to be really bad for Sami. I think there's a breakthrough for Andy using the power, and the fighter can kill off the bomber, and the anti-air can kill off this fighter. Never mind. So, instead of using the anti-airs for that, I was like, you can use the copters, you can use the infantry. It just takes an Andy power. You can use this, and you can use with the Andy power. This anti-air can kill off this guy, and then this copter, one of these infantry, can kill off this one, and then this anti-air and this anti-air kills this fighter, and then this fighter kills this bomber. But that's fine. Andy decided to just go fighter to fighter, charge in here, smack a Neotank, and get the hyper upgrade. You see a breakthrough, and it's gone. Exactly, Fluffy. Did we see the same one? This is going to be a very good Andy super, though. Very nice use of a fighter. It's just stand in the way. You can't take the city. Andy should focus on killing off a bunch of infantry here. I'm not quite sure why we're beating up on this. Just hit the APC. It's actually a pretty big deal to not hit it, because if it hasn't been hit by anything, it's always going to be a solid wall against the lower, like the base tech units. So if you can tag it even once with an infantry, it lets your tanks get at least a roll to kill it in one hit. Okay, you have double captures happening over here. The Neotank wall to secure it against potential Sami shenanigans. Anti-air comes in to kill a mech. It's going to die for that. Get the bomber and the Neotank. I mean, we've got the big boys are starting to enter the field, which is not where Sami would like to be. We have the victory march for some reason after that attack. Infantry gets taken out. There's nothing over here that can be victory marched, other than killing that Neotank, I guess. Oh, lives at 1. A tank can finish it. Fighter gets hit. This is where the mechs are going to be really happy. All these anti-airs. The fighter lives at 1. Very happy Andy times. And there was one capture. Maybe another capture if Sami can find a way to get 2 hits on this. Doesn't look like it. This is looking like a 1 property victory march. Oh, I guess it's 2. It was... Oh, they already had this one. Maybe? They got this one. That's a pretty scary force coming in here. That was mostly just a deal damage victory march, which is where... Yeah, I know, this capture is so close to the Andy base, I know. And is in 3, 4. Well, at least the Megatank can't just kill it. Fighter gets to kill the bomber. Megatanks are entering the scene. And the Andy Megatanks are going to be really tough for Sami. Because +1 movement means they can always zone your own Megatanks. But Sami does have a unit count advantage right now. Ooh, loses that transport copter though. That's huge. Andy should probably not give away this APC. Oh, Sami's gonna go for the Neotank kill. Does get it. Oh, I see. I was like, why? The copter, so this anti-air can hit this copter. It's a very nice breakthrough over here for Sami. Looks like everything else is just going to be falling back. Kill off an infantry over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Andy can just kill this with a power, although unfortunately a Neotank. Well, I mean, it's Neotank kills tank. Megatank hits Megatank. I think it will live at like 1. Maybe. They hit for 65%. Andy will have plus 40%. I think you need plus 50% to guarantee that kill. Decided to use the bomber. I would have used the bomber. You think? I guess fine. Andy's unit count is looking a little low. Do have the hyper upgrade. Bust on in here. Andy's unit count isn't as important as Sami's unit count, but it is still pretty important. Ooh, nice. The Megatank able to find a nice home sitting on top of the comm tower, so there won't be any comm tower stealing shenanigans. You can see those APCs. They live those hits. Oh. Andy doesn't want to go in for the Megatank strike. Three, 4, 5, it was there. Really shouldn't overextend with these infantry. That's okay. Sami doesn't, well, can probably get the victory march, but the victory march gets 3, maybe 4 properties, it looks like. And Andy has actually evened up the property count currently. So I think what happened here is that Andy was... First instinct was to go kill the Megatank, so sent the bomber in to clear the way and then decided not to. And then the bomber is just left out in the open for the fighter to attack. Although, there is double fighter to go after. This fighter does get taken out. Strong back over here. Do have the victory march. This is a late in the turn victory march. So this is going to go for 4 cities, I think. This one, this one, this one, and this one. Ooh, it lives at 2. He died. Okay. Let's get the kill on this copter. The APC survived at 1. So it gets to be used. We have an extended movement boost. Very nice. Let's go for that capture. That's a very nice victory march turn. Damage-wise over here, it's just this mega tank living its high life. 2 Neos who demand megas. I think Andy's still in it. And he's gonna hit this fighter. Oh, decides to fall back. Really aggressive with these bombers. Not a huge fan of that. These Andy bombers just keep getting sent to their death. Okay. I do really like the Sami retreat away. No, well, never mind. I was gonna say no reason to really offer up your mega tank for mega tank strike against Andy. Yeah. Whoop. That's a great turn for Sami. Just completely wiped the. I guess it's on a city. It's fine. Completely wiped the Andy Air Force over here. Super 5125 being a little too aggressive with those air units. Very scary approach over here from Sami as well. There is a fighter on its way, an anti-air on its way. But currently, these copters are untouchable. At this point, now Andy's looking really, really dicey. We do have a hyper upgrade. Might be going just for the Mega Strike to go for it. That was 4 damage when not, or against it on a city, so maybe we get the one shot if it was on planes. That attack is definitely a resign attack. Yeah. GG, EnVictus with the win with Sami. I was definitely doubting quite a few moves there, but it worked out. I think Super 5125 was really close to winning that. We just got a little too sloppy with some of those units. Like multiple bombers and fighters kind of went down there. And then also not seeing this breakthrough over here was rough, but that happens. And he was so close to getting this island too. GG. Do one more just to fight the backlog. Sure. We'll do one more. It's a Star Flash game. I hear it's a long one. It's Star Flash versus Quacker Duck. I believe both people sent this in. Kindle versus Rachel on Scavenger, my least favorite map. I'm getting greedy. This is definitely the last game. Probably like 50 turns or something. I'll turn Star Flash into Cobalt Ice because this is the one that Star Flash sent in. It happened before Quacker Duck could. It's definitely an overextension, but you know, it's whether or not you get punished for your overextension, not whether or not you overextend. You know how it goes. So this is Scavenger. I'll go through this opening pretty quickly. I've talked about it a few times. There's tank and there's recon and there's artillery opening primarily. Transport copter opening isn't that great, but it also exists. So you can use these early artillery to do kind of 3 things. You can either break the pipe seam really early to have some fast aggression towards the HQ. You can just rush the HQ with your artillery to try and kill it, or you can go for one of these central forests and try and lock properties. So we'll see if the players are doing any of these. Looks like Star Flash is going to go for a very fast pipe seam break. Now this is something that sometimes can go unnoticed because early on in the game, people oftentimes will not be checking their replays, and they might not be checking the pipe seams. But this kind of gives a lot of intel to Quacker Duck. In fact, this gives both of them, they're both going for the pipe seam break. It gives both players a lot of intel. They both know that the person went for an artillery first, and that they know the artillery is within range of this pipe. So if Quacker Duck or Starflash had gone for like a really aggressive recon opener, they would be able to just punish really, they could just like charge in as much as they wanted because they know the first buy wasn't a tank. They know it was an artillery, and they know it's nowhere near guarding any of these infantry. As is, have the broken pipe seam. Starflash has a very fast tank over here. I like it. This capture in particular is really hard to get, I found, if you don't manage to snag it in the early game. So Starflash can shut this down, which it looks like it'd be very capable of. Then Starflash is going to be in a really nice position. Should also feel pretty safe going for this hit because Rachel doesn't hurt you too much, and there was that early artillery hit strikes over here, which usually means that the vehicles are going to be in this area as they want to go through that pipe seam. Okay, so both players snag the city on the opposite side of the waterway. Very sneaky by both of them. And then it looks like Quacker Duck is just going to do a full-on front switch to try and get these captures rather than trying to oppose and harass Starflash over here. Honestly, I like that because as Rachel against Kindle, you're trying to stall out the game. So you don't really want to go for these really aggressive harassment and trade opportunities. You'd rather kind of match face to face. And Starflash, really sad here, saw the city. Look at Starflash gets trolled right here. Sees an infantry on the city. It is capturing. Then sends the tank in, and he gets to find out there's an artillery behind that city. It doesn't have any follow-up. Oh, very gutsy, though. Puts this artillery in these woods. That takes a lot of guts, because there could easily have been a recon over here to scout that, and you just get totally blown out. As is, he's probably still going to get completely blown out. Okay. You don't have to do it that way, but that's fine. That would to me imply that this tank is going to strike this infantry. Yeah, it gets to see this artillery and hit it. Strike over here. Okay, that's fine. Take out that infantry. That's a very good start for Quacker Duck in this front switch for sure. This tank is a little exposed. Ideally, the tank would be striking here rather than over here. I mean, it would be a lot. I mean, it's not even just like a little bit better. It's a lot better to strike from over here than over here. You're on plains, you're not on a road, you're farther from the enemy, and you're covered by an artillery. But that's okay. Yeah, Starflash is going to get a hit there. Not that biggest deal for Rachel. For most players, for most COs, it takes 3 turns to heal a 4 health tank up to full. For Rachel, it only takes 2 turns, so that's really nice because you spend 1 turn moving on to the city, and then you only spend 1 turn waiting, or just moving on to another city, and you're good to go. Thanks to that extra HP of repair that you get. Ooh, Starflash did snag this city from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this corner without Quacker Duck noticing. We'll see if Starflash has any capability of actually holding this city, though. That's oftentimes the more important thing. Although you do get a nice strike from the city to just do damage to infantry. Starflash, no fear, charges forward. Okay, making sure to put tanks on cities, sure. Rachel doesn't have 20% firepower, so it's not guaranteed to kill this at all. You can always, against Kindle, you can always send an infantry forward to just smack their tank so that you get the really good chance of killing it with your 2 tanks. And that doesn't take enough. They kill your infantry in response just because it's Kindle on a city and you're like on a road or a shoal. Assuming they have a comm tower. Then so like that costs you an infantry to do it, but it doesn't occupy a space to sacrifice the unit. And it makes it, I think it goes up to like 90% chance rather than the 30% chance. It's a lot better. You have an Urban Blight from Starflash, and then Rachel, of course, always has those decisions as to whether or not to use her normal power or to use or save up for her super. Hit on the artillery over here. Lots of strikes from Kindle, which is setting up Quackerduck to get the super. So it might be the classic, you use a normal power, I use a super setup here. Which will probably make Starflash regret having all of these guys clustered together here quite so much. A nice repair over there. Could be that we're not going to see the missiles, though. No, we do. So, infantry 1 hits here, and then the other 2 hit the front lines right here. And it's not the worst thing that could happen to Starflash, but that still is pretty unfortunate. Luckily, there's no units available for Quackerduck to just clean up all of those injured, all the units that got injured there. And the Neotank was also spared, as well as the most frontline tank. Ooh, very gutsy Neotank, diving on forward on the road. Definitely expect... Starflash has had an income lead this whole time, though, so that's pretty fair to expect that there's not a real answer to this right now. Okay, moving on up here, we got the recon scouting ahead. All of these infantry have been, except for this guy, he got away. All the other infantry have been injured by the covering fire. Quackerduck trying to hold down the line. This tank manages to sneak on out. Quackerduck evened up the income there, which is very nice. And as this game continues, the covering fire scales really, really well in the late game, where there's more vehicles and there's more expensive vehicles and there's less infantry. And then the Kindle Urban Blights don't scale super well because your opponent doesn't have to stand on cities. So usually in this matchup, it kind of comes down to Kindle. Can Kindle like do enough damage early on where she has a pretty good advantage to stop Rachel from kind of having a really nice comeback with the late game? A bomber on its way to deal with this Neotank. It does start to run away. I guess to hit a tank from back here. An Urban Blight. And then also Rachel has some anti-Urban Blight tech. In that Urban Blight hits you for 3 and then Rachel repairs for 3, so she doesn't have to deal with having injured units, which is really, really nice, because that's one of the nastiest parts of Urban Blight, is that suddenly your fresh units actually have 9 health, which is a lot worse than having 10. So that's not something that Rachel has to deal with. Although Starflash is getting some really nice pickoffs over here. It will, of course, cost Rachel more in repairs, but really not, because other COs want to repair their 9 health up to 10 anyway. At least for most things. Attack in here. The Neotank is going to be very intimidating. The bomber isn't quite going to be covering everything from here. You have a unit sacrifice itself to delay this capture. We have this infantry, a sneaky ninja mission, trying to get behind enemy lines and get some captures in there. Down comes the bomber. Yeah, artillery, recon, infantry. It's pretty good buys. Got triple artillery setup over here. The infantry's been found out. Oh no. Okay, so there is a Rachel super on its way, and Starflash is getting a pretty good amount of overcharge here, which is very nice. It makes it so there'll be fewer Rachel supers that you have to deal with in the game. Looks like we have an infantry magnet over here, and it's just out of range of vision and being just harassed. Actually, never mind, the infantry one's right here because we have the 2 capturing infantry. So if we have just the Rachel super right away, it should hit here or here. I'm surprised it chose here over here. I would have thought that it would prefer to not hit your own infantry. But I think that's just because of the coding. So in the cartridge, it's the infantry missile is an HP missile. It's another HP missile, but it just counts infantry for a lot. So in that regard, if it was like that, it wouldn't hit your own infantry. It would go down here instead, because your own infantry would be counting against the HP. So, unfortunate for Quacker Duck, gets hit by a cartridge difference there. Yeah, in Advanced Wars by Webb, the infantry missile literally only cares about infantry. Why that happened. At least I'm pretty sure the HP missile deducts your own health loss. You know the value one does. Starflash is going to be really sad when this bomber shows up. It's definitely... I don't know if I would say it necessarily straightforward, but it's pretty typical. I know. Starflash very greedily, not a single anti-air. Is about to be hard punished as the bomber shows up. And I'm sure that when Quacker Duck did this, they were 100% sure that this bomber was going to die from an anti-air attacking from this city. And they're just going to get to be very happy. Crying in the club right now. Is this the second or third time that Starflash has just dove in on an infantry covered by an artillery? I mean, it happens for sure. Very, very aggressive plays. This is very nice for Quacker Duck. Of course, get to kill the tank. Be able to stop these captures. I really like what Starflash is doing, though. Sees the bombers, like, I can't do anything about that. It just front switches to the other side. Try and get some damage done over there. couldn't reach. A very similar thing just happened to this poor battle copter. It runs forward, it hits the infantry, and it gets to see an anti-air. I'm not quite sure why Starflash is attacking over here. I think when these vehicles show up, you have to accept that you've overextended. I guess he's just committing hard to the front switch here. This is usually on this map what gets me killed, is I mistime my front switches, kind of like what he's doing here. With I like attack in before the front switch shows up. Although he's gonna get this city off of it, so that's something. I'm not quite sure what happens to me on this map, but I think that might have been what happened to Starflash, who does have the city captured and could do a high society. Just goes for Urban Blight. Attack in here. Let's get a nice tank kill to hit the anti-air. I didn't get to kill the anti-air though. Okay. I'm not sure if Starflash is building a... It looks like Starflash is building an anti-magnet. Not an anti-magnet, but like the perfect target for missiles. I guess Starflash is just really confident that Quacker Duck is not going to get a super. I think that's mislaid confidence, because especially at this stage of the game, like, a lot of charge gets built. Is he actually not going to get the... Or is Quacker Duck actually not going to get the super? I mean, the infantry can like attack into the tank and stuff if you want. I guess Quacker Duck is going to be chill. Wow. Very lucky for Starflash, because I'm pretty sure the super would have... I think it would have triple hit over here. Because this is the only spot that hits 3 infantry. Now Starflash, yeah. So, got lucky. That would have been really bad. Because the bomber would have killed this tank, and then this anti-air would be absolutely decimated. It wouldn't be at 1, but it would be at 4. Is there another 3 spot for infantry? Where? This doesn't work. But it's here. Okay, this one's higher. Okay. That's not as bad. That would have been really rough for Quacker Duck. Although, if Quacker Duck killed this infantry, I guess Quacker Duck can't. Anyway, very risky for Starflash there. What's that? Does attack in here. Very strong force. Again, super clustered up. I don't know why Starflash is clustering up like this. It's like Starflash doesn't... I mean, it is day 22. It could just be exhaustion, being like, I just don't want to deal with it. Just hit me with the covering fire if you can. Okay, so all 3 hit the front line. Does kill the anti-air. That was the... Starflash, you don't build 1 anti-air to deal with the bomber. Come on. Wow, the recon got that kill? Got the rolls over here. Okay. Starflash does have some nice reinforcements, especially this copter. Being able to hit the other copter from the city. Ooh, and a nice strike from the city over here to hit this artillery. Very nicely done. Really trying to fight. Good fight, gets this copter kill Artillery tries to sneak into the woods, but that's super spotted. Does get this kill on the copter, which is very nice. Okay. Now, Quacker Duck didn't get any charge off of that turn. Bomber does get to come over here. It's doing some serious work. It's running out of fuel. It's done so much work. Now goes that the copter to the anti-air. But it is kind of exposing itself to a city here. Oh, the 1 health. The 1 health copter. So sad. Okay, tank infantry. Looking pretty decent. I would probably get another anti-air just because this one's super dead. Can afford it. Buy anti-air. Oh, this anti-air survives. It's a big deal. Recon decides to go and kill this artillery, so this now gets to heal up to 4. Probably actually means you don't have to buy another anti-air. It's just that good. It does look like Quacker Duck's going to have to buy an APC so that the bomber doesn't run out of fuel. And it's a happy bomber that doesn't run out of fuel. Or that does perform so well and survive so long that it would potentially run out of fuel. And there's the APC. I would probably move the bomber back into range of being refueled next turn, so like back here or here. If you move it back here, it says 17 fuel, and then your opponent like attacks you here, and then you have to move forward, and you're just constantly threatening to just run out of fuel and not be able to do your job. Wow, there's you can see Starflash being like, I actually have nothing up here. That's not great. Starts moving forward. Does get this kill. This is that kind of situation you'd be like, I might want to use my bomber. But to do so, yeah, now it comes back. A little unfortunate there. The Quacker Duck would really like Starflash to scoot, just like stay together and scoot forward, so all the missiles just bam, 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 bam. I don't know why Starflash is doing these cubes. Quacker Duck is attacking. Looks like it might be just a tiny attack. Yeah, you have to get the super. Okay, so Starflash can attack back. It has to make sure not to stay in a box. And then we'll be totally fine. Starflash has learned his lesson. We have the anti-air buddies. The bird noises, yeah. Is there just background bird noises? Shouldn't be just background bird noises. Unless you're talking about me as well. This isn't as bad as we've seen before. But yeah, this is still going to get absolutely bopped. Oh no, there was the infantry magnet was made over here, so Starflash actually did respect it to some degree. Bap. All of these units are going to get taken out. I like the patience on Quacker Duck's bomber here. Didn't dive in, exposing itself to the potential second anti-air. Now Starflash is in kind of a tight spot, but there isn't any support yet up here to deal with this copter. So Starflash will be able to hold the front over here. Just a single unit. Okay. Infantry, tank, copter. Starflash is up in economy. What city is it? Oh, he's got this city. The birds don't like that I've gone long. Just where the cool kids are hiding on a Sunday night, exactly. We charging forward. Now the anti-air is able to help with this push, and then we have... Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta put the birds to bed. You're right, Fluffy. I did get punished for overextending there. Okay. So Quackerduck has actually managed to get a very nice army lead. We'll see if they're able to convert that into anything. It looks like they're still feeling very defensive. A little bit of an attack up here. It's kind of it's definitely stretching Starflash's forces. They're forced to run up here, but it's out of vision of this recon. So that means that Quackerduck is not going to be fully aware. He's going to start being aware now of the incoming forces. Yeah, okay, everything's coming over here now. Falling back a tiny bit. But you can see that Rachel's super scales really nicely because so much charge is generated in these fights, and then a lot of these fights you kind of end with a whole bunch of your units clustered together. And then the missiles just rain down. Lots of good swings here for Quackerduck. Starflash being... Oh, I was going to say Starflash is being very good making sure that the anti-airs are covering each other, but this one's actually not covering his buddy because the forest is the extra movement requirement, but there's not going to be a punish this time. It's hiding in the forest after all. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Copter gets taken out. Anti-air gets taken out. Copter gets taken out. Starflash is still kinda grouped up. Well, I don't like the infantry coming closer to the army. Is this the only three? The highest three? I think that's the highest three where this is. I don't see a 4 anywhere for infantry. Quackerduck might not attack, though. Well, never mind. It's no longer a 3. So that makes... Or is there not even another 3? I guess it's now the highest 2. We would hit his own tank. Doesn't look like Quackerduck is... So usually when you're Rachel... You want to attack in and then pop your super. You don't really want to do like the tiny attack. Ooh, we have the high society from Starflash. Get a one shot. I think that would have killed anyway. That would have also killed anyway with Urban Blight. That would do less damage. That wouldn't have killed. We do have so far 2, 3 attacks that matter, 4 attacks that matter, 5 attacks that matter, 6. That doesn't count. That one I think was worse with High Society. That one matters. So 7. Hey! Starflash makes an infantry ball over here. It's not a perfect one, but it's still something. Cracker Duck gets the covering fire. It's up here twice. For some reason, this infantry had a little sparkle. Is that right? Or is that just one of these stars? Okay, for some reason this infantry got hit. But only in the replay viewer. So that's a pretty good hit. We'll see if Quacker Duck is able to clean up all of these injured units. The bomber is still surviving. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It might get taken out here. Depends on if Quacker Duck is able to shield it effectively. It's an attempt at the shield, but it's not going to be quite enough. Okay. That's a pretty good attack for sure. Starflash is going to get vengeance on this bomber, which I'm sure is going to feel very good. Like so. It does live at 3 though. A 3 health bomber is still pretty nice to have. The Neotank has to fall away. There's so many copters being built this game. A fighter would probably have been a great purchase. You have that capture interrupted. Cracker Duck making some headway. Looks like Cracker Duck's just going to go back and repair the bomber. I would just keep the 3 health bomber on the front lines. It's still going to be a pain. It can chip stuff down and it can be a really annoying blocker because it still requires an anti-air to hit it. Lots of repairs having to happen here for Starflash, who still has a 2k income lead and has had one for quite a long time. It's definitely starting to feel the pain here. Does the bomber go back and heal? No, it's going to hang out over here. You can be very aggressive. I'd be more aggressive if my bomber is 3 health. For sure. It kind of adopts I can be a blocker role. Where before that, you do kind of do this thing where you hold it back and then dive in and then cover it up and then, you know, keep it safe. You're focusing on Mr. Most Valuable Infantry. You have an Urban Blight. It does Urban Blight at the end of the turn, which is very awkward. But it does stop this capture, or delay the capture. I'm not super sold on Urban Blight at end of turn. I think that's not a good play. We have a lot of copters, though, for Starflash here. Starflash is adopting the I'm not going to build anti-airs, I'm just going to build copters to deal with my opponent's copters mentality. And it does help It does sort of work with Kindle, because if you get your copter strike from a property, which can often happen, then you do one-shot the opponent's copters. Wow. Quacker Duck probably should just buy a ton of anti-air, like 3 or something. Instead it goes copter, infantry, infantry, infantry. I guess you can't afford 3, just do 2. But that was a lot of copters to spot. Artillery gets hit. Oops, copters get popped. There is another covering fire coming, so we'll see if Star Flash respects it. Seems super respectful, but be worse. We do have, okay, at least the infantry one gets redirected. The city is captured. They're now even on economy. This city can also get captured actually for free until, I guess, an urban blight stops it. Covering fire. Bam bam. Bomber comes in, interrupts this capture. Starflash doesn't have a way of stopping it, just gets to interrupt it. Now this capture is going to get taken. The Quacker Duck is actually going to take an income lead over Starflash here. Now going to have to repair all of these units. Does do a huge front switch down here. The black boat is at 1 health from all of these urban blights. So Starflash can get a pretty imposing push. Could just try and take the HQ. Okay, now we have a nice army of anti-airs. Medium tank is sitting on the harbor, which is potentially dangerous, but you know, it is what it is. Starflash heavily signaling that he's front switching over here. Some units get attacked. The bomber starts getting repaired by this black boat. I like it. We have some copters incoming. Lots of these copter triple infantry buys. Got 16 infantry against 13. They're still doing pretty good on their infantry counts. Lots of these attacks from cities are being offered up to Starflash here, which might be something that Quacker Duck's just not quite used to trying to avoid. It is also kind of hard to avoid it on a lot of these fog maps when the cities are like this, where they're constantly almost checkerboarded across the map. His sacrifice will not be in vain. Bunch of copters go down here. I guess this guy's also going to go for this one. But none of these cities... Oh no, the bomber's going to die! Yeah, all these cities are left open for... I mean, that's just how it is against Kindle. Sometimes you've got to leave them open. To wipe up pretty much all the copters anyway. Goodbye, bomber. We knew you well. Starflash gets an urban blight. To beat up the 4 innocent anti-airs. All they did was kill copters. Does look like we're going to have another really nice covering fire over here. But maybe it's fine. No, this is capturing here. And this hits 4 anyway. It's going to be a really good covering fire over here. I'm going to assume that Quacker Duck is going to make sure that get the covering fire. Sometimes you'll have to go for potentially negative trades to do it, but you really, really don't want to get left at this kind of level of charge, because that means your opponent's going to be able to overcharge you a ton. Like, this tank needs to hit this other tank right now, and like the infantry should probably be attacking this copter. It's like really, oh my gosh, it's so bad to be stuck at this, because now Starflash's whole army here isn't going to be hit by missiles, and they're going to be able to hit you, and you'll get so much overcharge it'll ruin how many supers you can get in your game. Also, I mean, of course it would completely destroy Starflash's attack here, but that's something that Quacker Duck doesn't necessarily know. You should suspect that if someone's capturing your city, though, your covering fire will stop that, because capturing infantry are counted as double the rate when it comes to weighting the covering fire. So Starflash got away with murder there. We're gonna have the covering fire now. Doesn't really hit that well. It does hit on the front lines, which is nice. But a lot of what it hit was infantry. Of course, they do all die. And Starflash is able to actually keep control over these cities. Quacker Duck was really close to being able to take. Okay. Starflash is kind of split the troops currently. Quacker Duck is trying to set up potential capture on this city and retake it. Looks like doing a front switch while doing so, which is a little dangerous. The medium tank is not actually, well, I guess it is actually guarding. Starflash goes for the strike here. There we go. Coalescing all these units together. Quacker Duck doesn't have any charge, so at this point you can make all the little death balls you want and suffer no punishment for it. Okay, we have an urban knight. Does hit his artillery. Hate to see it. But the artillery does hold its ground, so the recon doesn't get to follow up and kill an infantry. So good job, artillery, not dying. Have a bunch of hits against copters coming up. Dove way in to get that artillery hit. Now go to the tank. Not going to hit this copter. Wants to hit the anti-air instead, okay. Just chill here with this 4 health tank. Sure. Lots of, you can see both players are focusing heavily on killing anti-airs so that their copters can potentially rule the skies. I'm surprised we haven't seen another bomber out of Quacker Duck, because it did perform very well. And it's kind of given Starflash the excuse to, of course, just not have anti-airs again. Give it up for day 45. Okay, to stop this capture. Take out the anti-air. Kind of leave this medium tank in a somewhat awkward spot. Probably shouldn't be attacking down into this while there's still some forces up here. Rest in peace, medium tank. That's going to take it out by copters. Okay, we're going to see Urban Blight, Copter. No, we're not. No Urban Blight for the Copter strike. Guess it wasn't good enough. Okay. Well, we do have a covering fire here. Starflash is getting really far ahead in this unit count, though. Does Quacker Duck hold the covering fire because there isn't a large ongoing fight? No. This is going to be an interesting one. Just kind of hit everything over here for like 14k. It's not bad. It's not as good as when Starflash has everything clustered in a single ball, but you'll take it. Oh, Starflash can... Well, I was going to say Starflash can come over here and kill this black boat, and then have an infantry in range to go for the capture, but that's not what Starflash has in mind. But we'll get this city. Then these units get to live because Quacker Duck decided to ditch them. Well, this could be the beginning of the end because Starflash is going to get, again, a 2k income lead. Maybe more. Yeah. There's no way for Quacker Duck to take out this recon, so it'll be a 4k income lead. The sneaky Starflash just taking these cities on the very outskirts. Ah, but the transporting army does get caught with a bunch of first strikes. But there's potential for more captures from Starflash. We have the highest society. It did perform fairly decently last time. So we're gonna see some nice attacks. Ooh, that was really good. All those coppers get taken out. Unfortunately, Starflash did not capture this city until after these attacks. I think it would only potentially matter here. We don't mention that though. These things happen. It's not as bad as missing a comm tower. We had to hit the base skip for double tank copter. Quacker Duck. It's the fight in here. We have a bunch of anti-airs ready for the Starflash copter armada or fleet. Whoa. The 7 health infantry holds the line so the anti-air can't get the kill. It goes over here and gets a different kill. Looking good. Hey. There we go. Now we have the bomber. Starflash does have an anti-air though. Comes on in. Get a nice strike from the city. Very nice. And then looks like we're back to kind of pooling everything together in a ball. Quacker Duck is another opportunity to potentially get super, which I don't think is going to happen. That one might not have been possible. Might have to like sacrifice multiple things to a medium tank, which is great. The bomber's on its way. This looks pretty decent for Starflash. The medium tanks can bust on through here and like kill this tank, kill this artillery, and then the copter can kill the other one. And that might just be straight up GG. Doesn't even have to use the copter. I mean, there is going to be a covering fire. The value one is probably going to hit over here. But this is definitely looking like Starflash can just win this one. The HP and infantry final hit here for sure. Very aggressive artillery. I am. Does like 20,000. Not too bad, but not as much as what Quackerduck kind of needs. We have another breakthrough along the line here, although this is a little iffy. Definitely an overextension. We'll see if Quackerduck is able to punish. Oh, Starflash did not attack into this artillery, so it got away with this. Okay, the bomber decides to go that tank over this one. Okay. Lots of action over here. Oh, no, pulling back. Starflash decided that was indeed an overextension. Going to prepare for us front switch up here, as is the custom. Bomber prepares, and we get a nice kill on this recon. Very nice. These units way too close to the bottom here. I don't know why they're they're moving down here. When these units move up like this, you can move up like this, maybe? You don't want your opponent to be able to front switch into you very easily. Oh, but Starflash isn't attacking. Okay. Units are grouping up again. Oh, Quackerduck, no fear. This is a really bad call. I mean, the units just backed up over here. They can only be here. That's okay. The units get attacked. The artillery gets taken out. The recon gets taken out. Like, Quackerduck has been very good about having enough anti-airs to deal with Starflash's copter spam. In fact, I think every single one of Starflash's copters can die this turn. Got 3, yeah. Goodbye. Bye. Oh, there's no infantry to finish it off. Just needed to attack from here. You kind of can't reach. The copter survives because of that. Hey, lucky copter. I know. Black boats only have 60 fuel, so in 4/3 days, it's like 4 days, they will run out of fuel and they will sink. Oh, this one could have died to pretty much anything that isn't a foot soldier, though. So it's mostly going to be an impact on Starflash. Okay. Very grouped up over here. Quackerduck can stop this stuff, but will need to use a recon. Like so. They can finish it off. Let's go in here. I think the bomber's going to go after the medium tank though. So. Pretty nice. The capture. Oh, we didn't have the tank. Oh, the tank wasn't able to go over here and stop this, though. Okay. That's fine. Quackerduck's more comfortable with Starflash having a 2k income lead anyway. That's just the proper way of things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. Goodbye, bomber. Oh, no. Starflash is learning. Pretty good swing. Get a nice hit from that comm tower. Oh, that's looking very good. And there's like so much. Yeah, I was gonna say there's so much extra stuff. Starflash can make a very nice magnet then decides to bring these infantry over here for some reason. I think if these infantry don't join these units, then the HP and the infantry one lands here. But instead, HP and the value one lands here. It's just the infantry lands here. That's okay. You know, Tordred also went through a stage of having to learn how to deal with Rachel missiles. This is Starflash's learning experience. Okay, fall back, as is the custom so far. Very good harassment throughout the whole game from Starflash to put a lot of pressure on these cities. It's a lot harder for Quackerduck to do it, since Starflash is like deadly when attacking from cities because, of course, such is the way of the Kindle. Oh. It's being captured. Recon spots. The recon spots everything. Although, this is a very scary sight for Starflash now, because this boat does only have 1 fuel left. So suddenly, wayward infantry can just start HQ capping you. There it goes. Rest in peace, Black Boat. Copter gets hit. Might see an Urban Blight. Ooh, very nice. Look at that recon movement. Taking out those poor infantry. They had dreams, they had hopes. Probably not going to be a covering fire. I mean, it's a very expensive power at this point, yeah. 162,000 costs more than Quackerduck's current army value. Rest in peace, Black Boat. To attack into here, but we do have an artillery covering this. This medium tank is really sad. Quackerduck has to retreat over here. This is looking very good for Starflash. Gets to kill that recon as well. Here comes the Urban Blight. Kill off the medium tank and then maybe... Oh no, it doesn't. It goes after that. Okay. This is looking very scary for Quackerduck. There isn't much presence up here. Most of the army's right here, and it's not like it's enjoying the fight. Tank comes in, gets to hit the anti-air. The anti-air. Hit the anti-air. Hit the artillery. Okay. Quackerduck does have a supporting anti-air, as always. Quackerduck has been so good at making sure there's an anti-air ready for all of these copters. I think ever since that one turn where Starflash had like 3 or 4 copters and there wasn't an anti-air in sight. Over 60 days. Yeah, 62 days. Rest in peace, Transport Copter. You did a great job. Very good harassment from Starflash. Goes for the city capture. Falls back. Neotank dives forward. Like, it's been a while since you've seen one of me, right? I would be a little scared doing this as Starflash, because it wouldn't be that unreasonable for Quackerduck to get... I guess it is kind of unreasonable at this point. It's kind of hard to get like 25k charge on your turn. Each of these bars is now 27k. Very expensive. That means they're maxed out. It's been 10 supers. I think they're 20. Yeah, they are. Okay. Look how far back Cracker has had to run. Well, Starflash is able to charge so far forward, this is almost over. Unless Starflash groups everything together in a ball, and then a covering fire just hits the entire army down to 1 HP. I think Starflash has this, but I don't think Starflash is going to get hit by a covering fire. He's been slowly improving with the magnets. This should... Look at that. Look at that. He has learned. HP and infantry missile hits over here. Only a single value missile hits over here. Basically just a Neotank. Yeah. The power meter scales by plus 20% off the base every time, and it can scale up to 10 times. So at most, you can have triple cost powers. Very well done by Starflash. That will probably be the nail in the coffin. Yeah, Quackerduck resigns. Quackerduck didn't even see it. Quackerduck just knew that Starflash had built a magnet. There's the resign. GG. Day 65. Number one thing I would say for Quackerduck in the future is make sure that on those turns where you're kind of set up to use the super, that you get the super. Even if you have to go for some negative trades to get more charge. It's very important, because especially when you're like a super base CO, if you are like half a bar away and then your opponent just gets to slam into you again, it's like missing out on almost a whole nother super. And I think Starflash definitely learned about magneting against Rachel, judging by the end there. What a slobber knocker indeed. And eventually he started building some anti-airs. For a while though, that bomber was just completely uncontested. GG. Welp, apple time indeed. Oh my gosh, almost 2 hours over. Here's an apple. I hope everyone enjoyed. I do have a Patreon if you would like to join that and support me. It's in the description. And then I will give you guys the thanks for watching.
It's Go7, king of the penguins. Of all the penguins, he is king. It's Go7, king of the penguins. Being king of the penguins.